Chair, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, November 9th. This is the Committee on Streets and Services. I would like to begin by apologizing for not being on video. I'm having some internet issues this morning. Either way, good morning, everyone. I understand that state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, city council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notice that are published in the Daily News, Enquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearings, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Mr. Maynard, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance, will you please indicate that you are present when your name is called? Also, please say a few brief words so that when responding, your image will be displayed on screen. Mr. Maynard.
Vice Chair Squilla.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and colleagues present.
Councilmember Bass. Councilmember O. Councilmember Brooks.
Good morning. I'm present.
Good morning, Councilmember Brooks. Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'm present.
Good morning, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. And Chair Thomas.
I'm present. Thank you. A quorum of the committee is present. This hearing is now called to order. This is the public hearing of the Committee on Streets and Services regarding bills number 210776, 210777, 210798, 210799. Mr. Maynard, will you please read the titles of the bills?
Bill 210776, an ordinance amending Chapter 9200 of Title 9 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Commercial Activities on Streets, to add a new section entitled Streeteries, to allow for expansion of business uses, including outdoor dining, in portions of the public right-of-way, such as at certain curbside parking locations, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill 210777, an ordinance amending Section 9208 of Title 9 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Sidewalk Cafes, to revise standards and requirements associated with sidewalk cafes, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill 210798, an ordinance amending Bill number 200351, entitled An Ordinance Authorizing the Operation of Sidewalk Cafes during the COVID-19 emergency until December 31st, 2020, in areas of the city where such activity currently must be otherwise authorized by special ordinance, and allowing expanded activity by currently licensed sidewalk cafe operations, as amended by Bill number 200497 to further extend the date. The date Bill number 200351 will remain in effect, all under certain terms and conditions. And finally, Bill number 210799, an ordinance amending Bill number 200352, entitled An Ordinance Amending Chapter 11100 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled General Provisions, to authorize the Streets Department to permit closure of the public right-of-way during the COVID-19 emergency, as amended by Bill number 200498, to further extend the date Bill number 200352 will remain in effect, all under certain terms and conditions. These are the bills to be heard by the committee today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who's been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note that for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. Mr. Maynard, will you please call the first set of the first bill and the first set of witnesses to testify this morning?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chair. The first witness that we'll hear from is Mike Carroll from Otis, with several other folks from the administration available for questions from council members.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Mr. Carroll, will you please state your name for the record and you may begin with your testimony.
My name is Michael Carroll. Good morning, Chairman Thomas and members of the Streets and Service Committee. Again, my name is Michael Carroll, and I'm the Deputy Managing Director for the Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability. With me today are representatives from several city departments, including Streets, License and Inspection, Commerce, and Law, who are available to respond to questions. I'm here today to offer testimony on all four bills, Bill number 210776 and 210777, introduced by Councilmember Alan Dom, and bills number 210798 and 210799, introduced by Councilmember Cheryl Parker and Council President Darrell Clark. Bill number 210776 would establish the permanent basis for licensing and regulating streeteries in the public right-of-way. Bill number 21077 would similarly address this permanent basis for licensing sidewalk cafes. Bill 210798 would provide a 6-month extension of the current process for licensing sidewalk cafes, and Bill 210799 would provide a 6-month extension of the current process for licensing streeteries. Over the past 18 months, we have witnessed the positive benefits of expanding opportunities available to restaurant owners to conduct dining in the public right-of-way. What is reflected in tax revenues through observation and engagement is that these opportunities have sustained hundreds of businesses and thousands of jobs that would otherwise have been lost to the pandemic. At the same time, we also recognize that over time, an accumulation of challenges and public concerns has occurred as many Philadelphians search for a new normal, which includes returning to activities and circulation patterns that can conflict with the placement and operation of outdoor dining that was established over the past year and a half. We can appreciate both the enterprise of the entrepreneurs and job creators who bring so much vitality to the city, and a public that has been very patient but wants the city to reconcile the needs of businesses and the benefits of outdoor dining with everyone's desire to find a sustainable and equitable balance. We also appreciate the intense level of engagement of City Council in seeking ways to strike an effective balance. While the administration and all members of Council have all grappled with different pieces of the puzzle, we think there has been tremendous progress working with Council to identify the best approaches. In terms of streeteries, we assert that the administration's proposed amendments to Bill number 210776 that specify a number of common sense limitations and authorize the administration to regulate and enforce streeteries should be sustainable. This extension would help in providing the best basis for outdoor dining. In terms of sidewalk cafes, we believe that Council President Clark's bill number 210798 provides the best basis as introduced for a constructive dialogue on the costs and benefits of sidewalk cafes throughout the city. For your consideration, we have drafted proposed amendments to bill number 210798 to extend licensing to the end of December 22 and to provide sidewalk cafes cannot extend into the neighbor's property by right, but only if the managing director office adopts regulations that specify for such extensions. In general, the council's authority to address implementation details through regulation enforcement of both sidewalk cafes and streeteries, and the administration's commitment to do so in dialogue with city council and stakeholders, we feel this approach will allow us to think clearly about what permanent program for outdoor dining should look like for the years to come. So we expect to have a much clearer understanding of the pandemic situation over the next 12 months, and we do think that this is a consideration that the city should include in determining what moves to take. Thank you, and we will be happy to answer questions that you have at this time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Carroll. I think I'm sure that there are members of council who have questions for you. So what I'll do is I'll start by opening it up to members of the committee. If any members of the committee or any other council members that are present have questions for Mr. Carroll for the administration, I'll open up the floor right now. I don't see anybody queued up in the chat feature, and I know we're waiting for a few folks to still sign on because they're having internet issues. But are there any council members who have questions for the administration about this, about their testimony?
Councilmember Thomas, this is Mark Squilla.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Squilla, and before Councilmember Squilla goes, I just want to acknowledge that Councilmember David O has joined us. Councilmember Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mike, for that testimony. Quick question, too, as the amendments you are mentioning. We, as a city, have seen great interest in the streeteries and the use of the streeteries, but also as we look at safety and Vision Zero and our Complete Streets plan, it seems like now seem to overlook them early on during this to make sure we had the ability to get these up and running as quickly as possible. Do you feel that with these amendments that Vision Zero plan and Complete Streets would be adhered to with the streeteries?
Yes, I do. We've identified situations where there have been streeteries and travel lanes, including bike lanes, and that's something that, under the conditions of the last 18 months, we did tolerate, the public did tolerate, but we feel like, and that's included in our amendments, that streeteries do not belong in any form of travel lane. And also, we're trying to take measures to kind of reduce the footprint clearly and give good, direction to folks who are putting streeteries in, that they need to do so within the parking lane, and that, crash-worthy protection should be contained in that space too, that allows for a clear travel lane so that we can avoid things like side swipes and, larger vehicles kind of nicking and pushing and, in some cases kind of banging into some of these streeteries, which we've seen instances of.
Okay. Also, with the expanded seating, does that create any additional criteria for the business? In other words, if you increased your seating capacity, say by double, does that increase the ability or the reason to maybe increase this number of restrooms or things like that? Is that something that L&I takes into consideration? Because I know, like we said, during the pandemic, we sort of didn't look at those things. Is that something that will now have to be put into this during the regulation process?
I'm going to defer to Elizabeth Baldwin from L&I to respond to that.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth Baldwin. I serve as Chief Code Official for the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Yes, we would actually take into consideration the total seating configuration for the interior and the exterior and apply the plumbing fixture counts under the International Plumbing Code to the total.
So will that be given to the applicant? In other words, applicant applied before, we sort of really didn't look at that. So when that is being applied to now through Otis or through Streets, does that then go to L&I for review? And do they get notified before? Because it could be a challenge to some of our businesses if they have to make major adjustments in a place that may be too small or something like that. So do we notify them? Do you have to add additional facilities?
So it's not a requirement under the emergency license. However, it will be part of the standard application and it will be very transparent. We'll actually include a chart, that's the intent, identifying the number of plumbing fixtures for the total number of occupants.
Okay, so that'll be clear during the time of application, and then the applicant could then decide whether they want to move forward or not if it means major changes in their own establishment. Thank you, Betsy. Mike, during the process, as we saw with the streeteries, there's been some concerns that we have from some neighbors on certain establishments taking up too much area on the streets. Do you see by the amendments that are being introduced today to address those issues? Some of these establishments have, I would say, two sides of their establishment, so therefore they're in the front and the back. Do you see that would still be the same way under the new guidelines, or would that be just frontage on one side of their property?
I might refer to Rich Montanez to answer that question, but before I do, I do want to point out that in order to limit the frontage, we did include language which kind of restricted the ability for restaurants to take up the space in front of a neighboring property, and those kinds of concerns you're mentioning, often have come to us as a result of folks stretching out in front of a neighboring property and having two frontages together. But if Rich Montanez could respond to the question about kind of turning the corner, I'd appreciate that.
Good morning, Richard Montanez, Deputy Commissioner of Streets. Yes, Council Member, as long as it's in the frontage on a corner property, they will be allowed to use it. However, the plumbing code would also kick in, so the number of seats will be limited in that aspect, whereas during COVID, we were not limiting the seats. We were just following the occupancy levels on the, and excuse me because I'm in my car and I got an ambulance passing. We were just limiting to the occupancy level in the current L&R license. So we will have to review the license, review the frontage, but as long as it's within their boundaries, they will be allowed to submit for Streetery or Sidewalk Cafe.
Okay, so as long as it's within their property, and then if they lease the property next door to, even though it might not be used for a restaurant, they can then extend it to that property next door.
Well, the intent of our approach was no, that they would not, unless that was also a restaurant.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, that might be something we may have to discuss. When the operator applies for the license, are they then going to be able to have time, the streets department going to have time to be able to review these licenses, to be able to continue them until they are approved or denied? Or how is that process going to work?
Yeah, so in contrast to the situation that existed under the emergency, we would like for the administration to be able to develop regulations which outline the full process. I think, what we saw was a desire to be as, accommodating as possible with 3-day turnaround, sort of a presumption of issuance that people could expect. And, it was helpful to get businesses out there, but the consequence was that a lot of people got out there who weren't really ready, who weren't fully in compliance, or maybe didn't even understand the compliance. So in our amendments, I think we're probably not very specific about what the structure of the process would look like, but we do want council to give us the authority to establish a robust process that does incorporate adequate time for review as part of any permanent program.
So the question would be, is while they're under the review, they could still be operating until you get through that process?
Well, if they have an existing streetery, I would refer to Betsy Baldwin to respond on that.
So the intent is when we receive the initial wave of applications to allow the Streeteries and Sidewalk Cafes to continue to operate. However, they will be required to apply within a certain time period. So if they apply by a certain date, then they can continue to operate as we're working through our backlog of applications. But if they miss that cutoff date, then they'll be subject to our full review time.
Councilmember Squilla, does that answer your questions?
Yes, thank you. One more question. No, what? I'll wait. I'll let other people ask questions and I'll come back. I just had some questions on utilities, but I'll come back on that.
Okay, we'll be sure to come back to you, Councilmember. I would Chair next recognizes Councilmember David O. But before Councilmember O goes, I did want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Alan Don. Councilmember O.
All right, thank you very much, Chairman. Good morning. I have a few points of clarification. Within the context of how Streeteries came about, there was a pandemic, there was a lockdown, there was more of a lockdown in Philadelphia than any other place. I personally, I went to Delaware County. That's where my family went. We could not go to eat in Philadelphia, and when we could, only 4 people could sit at a table, and there's 6 in my family. I got 4 kids. And so Philadelphia, having, a central location, especially with office buildings, people were not coming to work. And so Streeteries were a possibility, especially in light of the fact that unlike Delaware County and other places, there was a lockdown. As people come back to work, as conventions return, as hotels pick up, as all those things occur, the idea of having Streeteries is something new. It seems to have been created not during the regular course of business. It seems to have been created when there was a lack of population and a need to be able to keep our workforce going and provide things. So let me start with this. I don't see that there was a published standard in establishing Streeteries. It seems almost to me as though people just start putting up structures. Some are small, some are large. Some, as you know, block sidewalks. Some block parking spaces. Some block utility access for water, for gas, for electric. There doesn't seem to be an inspection process, insurance, or things like that. All of these things are things that the administration would have to deal with, but it appears that the process that we're looking at is somehow bypassing the existing process, which is that each community is able, through their district council person, to express what they want or don't want and have a process which would now be with the administration. They would not be able to go to one of their 10 districts to say, this is not what we want or something like that. Am I getting that correct or am I getting that incorrect?
I'll try and answer the breadth of your questions. And I think your observations, your history, I think is pretty much correct. And a lot of the decisions that were made were in the context of a city that was vacant of people coming to work and not a lot of activity. And I think what you're hearing from us in my testimony is that we want to achieve a sustainable balance. So we need to kind of figure out how to allow these opportunities to take place while people come back downtown and while people continue to kind of return and the city recovers. And so in order to strike that balance, we are contemplating some of the items that you mentioned. So the bill, and as amendment, still does include requirements for insurance. It does require some level of inspection, and it does do more to standardize what types of setups are acceptable in the amendment language that we added. And so, our objective is to be objective as much as possible and to provide objective guidance, clear objective guidance, a process which, provides accountability and enforcement to ensure that there's an objective result on the street. And so our feeling is that if we are resourced and given the ability to create a process which is objective, that will accomplish what we would expect to see from communities and council members in terms of them giving objective feedback. And the concern is that if we place too many limitations beyond that some of the decision making may tend to be more subjective, which could open the city up to, claims of unfairness and certainly may lead to a lower level of equity. And that's something that we're concerned about. And so that's why we did not incorporate that type of language in our amendments.
Thank you. I will say that I remember when brick and mortar businesses were very much against street vendors. I remember that. And so it's interesting to me that brick and mortar businesses want to put Streeteries out which is maybe a changing times and all that. But it does raise the issue that if streeteries, which are related to restaurants, are occupying more space, it competes with other brick and mortar stores, and it also competes with the idea of street vendors, limited space, and also reserved parking spaces. Within that context, I mean, have we heard from, because a lot of these businesses, they went out of business. There is no owner anymore, but we do want people to come into those stores and begin selling things, and they're already competing online, that type of thing. I know, for example, that in other countries that have streeteries are very regulated, and interesting to me, at least the countries I'm familiar with, the cities, streeteries cannot be owned by a restaurant. Restaurants have restaurants. They have buildings and seating, air conditioning, and all that. Streeteries, which are basically tent-type food vendors, are reserved for people of lower income, and that provides them an opportunity to earn a living. They can't afford the lease, and they can't afford the kitchen, and they can't afford all those type of things. So their menus are very limited, but it provides an opportunity for people who might not otherwise have a business opportunity. Let's call it social justice or something like that, equity or whatever we want to call it. That has already existed. So within the context of business competition and the fact that we may have other business people and interests coming to light later, how does that work with this whole streeteries idea from the administration's point of view?
Yeah, I think from the administration's point of view, you raise interesting thoughts. One of the things that you're saying is that effectively, if we're allowing more and more space for the restaurants, that there's maybe sort of we're tilting the scales too much towards folks who already have restaurants. And, I think, this is something that's come up before. This is why in the language we provided, we are trying to limit that footprint to really the space right in front of the property. That's one of the reasons for that. Because otherwise we are talking about the public right away. It's a public asset. It's supposed to be available more generally for folks. And then, the issue about, whether they should be reserved, these spaces should be reserved for, folks who are coming in with maybe fewer advantages, folks who are trying to get into a business opportunity and not extend an existing business opportunity. That's not something that we contemplated. I mean, that's not incorporated in our language. We might rely on council to help think that through, but the administration has not taken a position.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember O. I do think that the administration should consider some of the things that Councilmember O talked about as it relates to thinking about those business opportunities for folks, as far as the scale being tipped for people who already have ownership in establishments. I would like to note for the record that we've been joined by Council Member Cindy Bass. Councilmember Bass, thank you for joining us. And Chair recognizes Council Member Alan Don.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry for the delay of having some internet issues. Are you able to hear me okay?
We are able to hear you okay, and we've all been having internet issues today, so don't feel bad. That's actually why I'm not on camera.
Okay. I want to thank you and the members of the committee for the opportunity to speak on bills 210776 and 210777, which would create a citywide process for licensing of outdoor dining spaces permanently. I also want to recognize and thank residents, business owners, and the many community organizations and advocates for joining us here today. Your remarks and input are an important part of this process and help guide us through as we move Philadelphia forward. With the emergency approvals expiring at the end of 2021 in less than 2 months, these bills would amend our code regulating sidewalk cafes and commercial activities on streets by providing opportunity for restaurants to participate in outdoor dining options citywide, creating a greater level of safety and security, accountability, transparency, and enforcement through a permanent licensing option. For the past 18 months, restaurants of all sizes across the city use this new outdoor dining program as a lifeline to keep their doors open and employees working, all while continuing to overcome the many challenges of maintaining a safe and healthy environment during COVID. As a result, outdoor dining has now become a great city amenity and an experience for our residents, visitors, and most of us here today on this call. This opportunity came about because of the pandemic, but it's now a feature of our city that has inspired all of us to come together in new and exciting ways. And for many of us, during the last 16 months, it was the only fun many of us really had, going out to eat outdoors, being able to take off your mask at a table. It wasn't a lot of fun during the pandemic. In fact, this outdoor dining now has shown us that we can do new things in Philadelphia with widespread impact. We can reimagine our public right-of-way in a manner that sets us apart from other cities and certainly the surrounding suburbs. This is a point of difference. Philadelphia is and should be at the epicenter of what is relevant, exciting, new, and fun. Outdoor dining is one opportunity for us to continue to serve as cultural urban leaders and trendsetters regionally, nationally, and globally. We should embrace our creative side and build a program that excites our residents and draws people from all over the world here. I've spoken with many of you about what I've heard these past months from community organizations, commercial corridor leaders, and restaurateurs. These restaurants are the new anchors of our neighborhoods all throughout the city. They are the anchor, whether it's 52nd and Market, on Germantown Avenue, wherever you go, the restaurant has become the anchor. It's helping to draw people to new places and spaces. It's helping to create new foot traffic for other retailers. We need anchoring businesses in every area of the city if we truly want economic growth for everyone. Restaurants in so many neighborhoods outside of Center City have realized the benefits of having outdoor dining. In fact, we have compiled licensing data and found the city realized a 260% increase in outdoor dining licenses since June of 2020. We went from 232 sidewalk licenses to 835 outdoor dining licenses in just over a year. That's pretty amazing. After mapping the licenses pre-COVID, and since we enacted the temporary program, you can just see how exclusive our previous process was for businesses and people. Now people all over the city are enjoying outdoor dining in their neighborhoods, including neighborhoods like West Philadelphia, River Wards, Northwest into Oak Lane, Olney, and Hunting Park, and sections across the entire lower Northeast. We also took this to the people and distributed a petition across the city over the last 3 weeks. Over 1,200 signatures signed on in support of permanent outdoor dining. And responses came from every zip code, including areas outside the city, who enjoy coming here and getting the type of experience they can only get in Philadelphia. And we want those economic dollars. We've worked really hard to be inclusive, thoughtful, and practical about these bills. And we've worked in close coordination with members of the administration, Pennsylvania Restaurant and Lodging Association, business improvement districts, and business corridor managers all over the city. We've worked with disability advocates, civic associations, the hospitality industry, and other stakeholders. We've also extended invitations to speak with each of my colleagues in council regarding these bills, and I've received a lot of good district-specific feedback. This process started almost 20 months ago, and we've worked hard to adopt best practices and safety requirements that will help those programs succeed. I also want to thank the hospitality group, over 75 hotels and restaurant people who came up with a lot of these ideas. The best ideas come from the people in those businesses. We want to ensure that we carefully have covered every aspect of establishing these new rules, including proper public notification, public safety, aesthetics, very important, designs, strict enforcement, and annual licensing that will require the scrutiny every year, along with many other requirements. It's our strong belief that a process administered fairly and equitably across every area of the city helps to limit confusion, gives everyone equal opportunity to access this program, and allows every neighborhood to enjoy what our restaurant community has to offer us. I want to thank everyone, especially my colleagues, for their input, support, and for their work to help our businesses thrive as our city makes its way back. I also want to thank and recognize Mayor Kenny. He recently remarked during an event that outdoor dining should be here to stay, and overall it should be permanent. And he said he thinks it's been a terrific addition to our city and our neighborhoods. For a long time, we've lacked vision on the kind of place we want Philadelphia to be. It's time to change that. If we want to be an inclusive, exciting, fun, and safe city, we need to build it with intention. Outdoor dining is an important step towards our broader goals to bring people here and keep them here well into the future. I look forward to our discussion today. I'm willing to be flexible to accomplish the goal. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everybody being on this call today, and hopefully we can get to the end result of having outdoor dining. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dom. Are there any other questions from members of council for this particular witness?
Casting.
So just before you go, Mr. Carroll, just a few questions on my end, and then we'll let you go and we'll move on to the next panel. So just looking at some of the surprising positives, can you tell us some of the things that have come out of Streeteries that's been positive for the city of Philadelphia as far as like data or numbers? We talked about jobs being saved, job growth, the economic impact. Are there any specific numbers that speaks to what we're looking at? Is it broken down geographically? Do we know what areas of the city have more or less? Can you help us with that?
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to get back to council with details on that, and we'll need to provide it in terms of estimates. It's sometimes difficult for us, just as revenue comes in, for example, to parse out exactly what's coming from where, but we do have good maps of where the streeteries are, so I think we can generate some estimates in terms of all of those questions you're asking, but I do not have that available at this time. I apologize.
Okay, well, we'll be sure to follow up with that. And then I guess you could say the other end of that is the negatives. Like, what are some of the negative side? I mean, we know about it taking up parking spaces. We know that there's some pushback from constituents who live in residential areas. But outside of that, what are some of the unforeseen consequences that we might not know about that you all know about as it relates to what we've done with the expansion of Streeteries?
Well, I will just say that, the city of Philadelphia has been extraordinarily lucky that we have not had significant crashes take place involving streeteries, as many of our peer cities have, some of them resulting in fatalities. We have had a couple crashes in the city. We've had some kind of near misses. We've seen traffic conditions that aren't safe, need to be fixed. There's been impact to utilities. There's been a hard time sometimes coordinating the removal or the movement or the basically elimination of streeteries that are either abandoned or in the way of paving activity, sewer pipes, gas pipes, electric conduits being repaired. So these things are things we're trying to manage as best as we can in real time. I think a lot of what we call right-of-way users, which includes, the public and infrastructure entities, have been very patient, and they've worked hard to work around these difficulties, understanding, as Councilmember Dom in his testimony was so eloquent, that there's been a lot of very tangible benefits for the city and, frankly, the region as a whole. But, like I mentioned in my testimony, there is a sense, I think, among some of these folks that they want to kind of shift the pendulum back, if you allow me to use that expression a little bit. And so we feel like, the bill 210776 with amendments does accomplish that. And, we're prepared to keep working on this through regulation moving forward. But I appreciate the time to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Are there any other questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Mark Schooler, real quick.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Chair recognizes Councilmember Schooler. I apologize. I did say we would come back to you.
No problem. And Mike, thank you, because you just mentioned that about the utilities. Do you think that the amendments now about being able to remove these streeteries in a fast enough time to get to emergency repairs or repairs that have to be done, and what is the timeline you think is necessary in order to get this. We'd hate to have people invest in this and then have to come in and destroy these things. So if they could be dismantled properly.
Yeah, and that has to do with the types of things that are allowed in the first place as well. And so I would like for under, we'll call it an emergency condition or a rapid response condition that they could come out within 48 hours. Typically, for most utility work, we do have more lead time than that, so it's not infrequent that we end up with, a couple months of lead time. So that would be the norm, if we could see these things come out in a number of weeks, but they should be of a nature where, or placement where, if there is something that's structural, something that's been constructed, within 48 hours, it can be taken out.
Okay, that's great. So within 48 hours, it could be removed. So if we have emergency street work, whether it's PICO, PGW, or even the streets department, we could be able to get in there within the 2 days notice. And if something is a real emergency, then it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, I should be clear. If there's a real emergency which requires immediate action, they need to be destroyed in order for the work to take place. If that's a life and death situation or involves the public safety in some sense. So providing this guidance is really a protection for the business, so that they don't make investments and place them in ways that they'll end up regretting if something like that happens, or if we have the opportunity to take advantage of a couple days if they're constructed in that manner. That actually protects them.
Yeah, even if there's a fire and the structure's too high or it blocks a way of getting in, obviously, there's no time to do that. So it's just important to know that ahead of time. And I see Council President also has a question there, so I'll defer.
Thank you, Councilmember Skula. I did. So yep, you partly did it, and want to acknowledge that Council President Darrell Clark has joined us. I see his hand is up. So Chair recognizes Council President Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not officially joining as a member of the committee, although the rules allow me to do that. I don't want to add undue weight to the challenges before you all today, but I did want to make a couple of comments. First of all, I want to thank everybody engaged in this very thoughtful conversation. As a person that has represented Center City, and other parts of Spring Garden, Fairmount, where a significant amount of these restaurants are, and now up in the northern part of my district along Frankfurt Avenue, have a keen sense of the level of potential vibrancy that it does bring to certain areas. There's always a flip side of that, such as areas up in the other parts of my district and district parts that I've referenced. The challenges with the parking, something that people talk about, not necessarily on the 6 o'clock news, but they talk about it every day in the neighborhoods where they can't find anywhere to park because of all of the various encroachments and just the sheer density associated with what has been happening in a lot of parts of the city, and particularly in those districts surrounding Center City. It's been unprecedented. So it is a challenge, but with that said, we understand and have for a long time, which we actually sponsored the legislation for Sidewalk Cafes, a number of them throughout the district. We understand that it is an amenity that is well liked by a lot of different people. That being said, once we start talking about encroachments in the streets, and I want to acknowledge that we did and approve them very swiftly as a result of the pandemic, because the last thing we wanted to see was our numerous restaurants go out of business, and they were struggling, and we needed to act, and we did act. As we move forward, hopefully throughout this debate, bear in mind that a lot of these streeteries that were approved did not receive any realistic vetting. They were placed in locations they weren't vetted as a result of the types of dimensions, the placement. There were a lot of challenges. And when we introduced our bill earlier this session, we wanted to take a time out to give us time to have some thoughtful changes. I want to thank all the members, and I got to thank Mr. Christmas and all of the LAs and some of the council members that Christmas had talked to directly about trying to craft some reasonable approaches to moving forward. I want to thank the administration for working with us and outlining a number of those issues that needed to be addressed. with that said, I do think that it is important for those individuals that know these communities best, be it an RCO, be it a block captain, be it a person that actually got elected to represent a specific group of people, they have an integral part of the involvement in the locations and the placement of these. We have, I think, a series of amendments that, as best possible, addresses the issues relating to locations. We thought in our district, as an example, the earlier authorization where we predetermined approval for sidewalk cafes in broad swaths of our district. We thought that was a good place to start with Streeteries, which the amendment will reflect that would be offered to the legislation. We thought that in instances when it does impact significantly those areas that I referenced earlier, that has a significant level of dense residential communities where people are literally ride around for literally hours to try to find somewhere to park. That there should be some thoughtful conversation with the affected residents. That's only fair. I think that's appropriate. But in the past we have, and I can call one that we did approve, and the residents on that block ultimately, after conversation with the restaurateur, got to a point where they were comfortable. We introduced legislation and we moved forward with that. I just want to thank everybody. The process that we have embarked on has been thoughtful. It has talked in great detail in some instances about a way to do this right. I don't think that the earlier approach where we were essentially proposing to do permanent, something that had no vetting, no real participation, no real public process that would have allowed this to happen, I think was inappropriate and is not consistent with the way City Council does its business as it relates to transparency. So to the members of the committee, I just want to thank you for giving me this long time to indulge in the committee hearing, and just want to put that on the record. And I want to thank Councilman Dom for kind of bringing this to the forefront, although we have been doing these for a little while, but Councilman Dom has brought it to another level, understanding the level of interest that people have in broad swaths of the city. So with that, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. We appreciate it. Mr. Carroll, before you go, I just want to be very, very clear. I'm sorry, just as the last thing. You said that the administration was here in support of the legislation. Can you tell me what bill the administration is testifying in favor of, and what bills the administration is not in favor of?
So we're in favor of 210776 as amended, and 210798 as introduced by Council President Clark and amended by the city.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. I promise you that's the last question. We will let you go now. And we appreciate your patience. Mr. Maynard, I'm sorry, before I let you go, Mr. Carroll, are there any other questions from members of this committee or any members present for Mr. Carroll or the administration? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. We appreciate you being here today. We appreciate your patience. Mr. Maynard, please call the next panel.
Of course. The next panel will include Ben Felicia, Kamara Edwards, Jabari Jones, Priscilla Luce, Tim Kerner, and Ariel Ben Amos. Ben, if you're on and connected, you'll be up first, and we'll then run in that order. Mr. Chair, we're ready for you.
So Ben, if you could please state your name for the record, and then when I'm finished speaking, you could begin with your testimony. After Ben provides his testimony, Mr. Maynard, who's that next person?
Kamara Edwards.
We would like you to go immediately after Ben. Ben, please say your name and proceed with your testimony.
Sure, Ben Felicia. Thank you. So good morning, Chairman Thomas and Vice Chairman Squila. fellow council members. Again, my name is Ben Fletcher, and I'm the Director of Operations and Strategy with the Pennsylvania Restaurant and Lodging Association. We represent more than 350 operators in the city of Philadelphia and more than 4,000 members statewide. Before I dive into this topic of outdoor dining, I also want to thank this committee, the chair and vice chair, for their willingness really to have this important discussion. As the pandemic hopefully comes to an end and mitigation restrictions are lifted, competition and business are heating up. And we believe it to be essential that Philadelphia identify new paths forward to attract and retain both businesses and residents. PRLA supports Councilmember Dom's legislation making outdoor dining a permanent feature in the city. We support both Bill number 210776, addressing streeteries, and Bill number 210777, addressing sidewalk cafes. We want to thank Councilmember Dom and his office for his efforts to make outdoor seating permanent in Philadelphia. His office has worked closely with us, the PRLA, restaurants and bars throughout the city, and dozens of other stakeholders like our public utility companies to craft comprehensive legislation that provides a practical solution to continuing Philadelphia's outdoor dining scene. The legislation addresses safety, traffic, accessibility, and various other concerns for both residents and businesses in the city. We also appreciate the city's willingness to allow the temporary construction of sidewalk cafes and streeteries during the pandemic. This change helped businesses continue to operate while also following social distancing guidelines and adhering to all the strict government mitigation that was going on in Philly. We saw very quickly how creative our businesses could get, and it turns out that residents and visitors alike seem to enjoy this new and unique dining experience. Many have even started calling Philly the Paris of the United States. While streeteries in Philly have climbed in popularity, we understand there's still a lot of work that has to be done to make sure that this new normal is safe, practical, allows for vehicles and bikes to use our streets, and most importantly, that the sidewalks and roads continue to be accessible to all restaurants, all residents, and all visitors. And that's exactly why Councilmember Dom introduced this legislation. It creates a permanent and regulated process that ensures consistency for operators as they continue to develop in this new economy. Councilman Dom's legislation would create a streamlined process for these outdoor dining options in the city. It provides adequate public input before approval and ensures assurance that our streets and sidewalks remain accessible to all and takes parking and traffic concerns into account. And this couldn't come for a better time for restaurants. Our operators continue to face new challenges every day, like staffing shortages, supply chain issues, and increased costs on raw materials. And we've seen nearly 700 business owners and operators in the city and residents send more than 4,000 emails to our mayor and council members expressing their support for this legislation. And finally, I just want to say, as a former restaurant operator, as a lifelong Philadelphia resident, as somebody who lives in Center City now, listen, I'm thrilled that I'm walking down the streets and I'm seeing restaurants busy again and flourishing again. I love seeing this outdoor seating. I've been hearing a lot from council members and residents saying, listen, the restaurant business is back. They're recovered. And I have to tell you, you're wrong. It's going to be years before this industry has recovered. And the restaurants have created these communities in Philly. You look at Fishtown, you look at East Passyunk, you look at swatches of West Philly, and it's these restaurants that came into these communities, that build these communities up. We're part of your neighborhoods. The streeteries are amazing. I get more compliments from them. And listen, we have work to do. Once they become permanent, then these restaurant operators can make that investment to improve them, to make them beautiful, to make them fit in with the neighborhoods. But anyway, that's all I got to say. I really appreciate all of your time and consideration on this. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, sorry.
No, please proceed.
Good morning, members of council. Thank you again for allowing us the opportunity to testify before you today about the outdoor dining bills. My name is Kamara Edwards. I'm Director of Business and Events for Sojourn Philly, and I'm here to testify in support of Bills 210776 and 210777. As an operator in the city of Philadelphia, I would like to speak to you about two very important points. We all understand that we were looking for silver linings in this pandemic, trying to make some sort of sunshine over our cloudy skies that this pandemic brought to us. And outdoor dining has been one of those silver linings. Without it, we have not been able to sustain some sort of normalcy or ability to keep our staff members employed and bring vibrancy back to the city. We are years away from being able to be successful again, and a lot of what I wanted to say, Ben said it so eloquently, so I'm not going to belabor that point. But as an operator in this city, I need everyone to understand how complicated it is to successfully submit an application for outdoor dining. I had an incident not too long ago where I actually was applying for a permanent Sidewalk Cafe as a requirement as far as some of our liquor license requirements. And I was told, on South Street, so we have 4 restaurants in our group, 2 are on South Street. I was told in August of 2021, you are part of a carve out. You don't have to get city council approval. These are the 4 steps you have to go through. You submit this paperwork. We will grant you your approval. I went back in October to follow up and I was told, did you receive city council approval? And I said, well, you told me 2 months ago I didn't need city council approval. However, if we can't even have our streets departments or L&I departments to even understand exactly what the rules are, how are operators able to successfully complete the applications and get things done correctly? We need these bills in place so that we simplify the process to make sure that operators can be of good faith and do this correctly. I don't want to see us get punished for being good actors based on all the bad actors that are not following the rules correctly. We have the vast majority of operators are trying to do this correctly, are trying to do this successfully, are trying to add beauty to the city and add vibrancy to the city and bring economy back to the city of Philadelphia. And we need your support to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Maynard, will you call the next 2 witnesses to testify?
Of course. The next 2 witnesses are Jabari Jones and Priscilla Luce.
Please state your name for the record and you may begin with your testimony.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Good. My name is Jabari Jones. Good morning, Chairman Thomas and the members of City Council. My name again is Jabari Jones, and I'm the president of the West Philadelphia Corridor Collaborative, West Philadelphia's largest coalition of small businesses. Today I'm testifying in support of bills number 210776 and 210777, the permanent extension of outdoor dining and the creation of a citywide singular process to regulate them. Our restaurant businesses in West Philadelphia were extremely grateful to the members of Philadelphia City Council who acted quickly and allowed flexible outdoor dining during the pandemic. That measure was passed expediently to allow businesses to take advantage of the opportunity and allow neighborhood restaurants to generate revenue throughout the ever-changing crisis. Without that council action, an untold number of restaurants most certainly would not have survived the pandemic. Furthermore, we are grateful for council's apparent support of extending outdoor dining. Restaurants in West Philadelphia have made it extremely clear that they want to see permanent outdoor dining. It is also important to the restaurants, excuse me, it is also more important to the restaurants who invested thousands of dollars to create unique, comfortable outdoor structures and hired new staff to serve more customers. However, today I want to testify specifically, excuse me. However, today I want to testify specifically about process. Yesterday, as a member of the Global Entrepreneurship Week Planning Committee, I had the opportunity to attend the week's kickoff event, which was a policy roundtable. It was attended by Majority Leader Parker, Councilman Dom, and Councilman O, and the theme of the event was breaking down barriers to entrepreneurship. One of the recurring questions and themes that came from small businesses that attended that event was a question on how the city can streamline and deliver services more effectively and easier to small businesses. As I and so many other business leaders have continuously testified before this body, the process of accessing city services and support is archaic for small business simply trying to operate in the city. City bureaucracy, a lack of knowledge, a lack of a clear process is often one of the largest barriers for businesses to grow. Furthermore, smaller neighborhood restaurants are often put at a disadvantage because of their lack of capacity. Our smaller restaurants can't afford to hire an attorney to walk them through complex city processes. The legislation introduced by Councilmember Dom is designed to create a clear, accessible, and expedient review process that will allow permanent dining to continue. It establishes safe standards, a quick approval process that does not require a separate bill to approve each outdoor dining structure individually, public notice to surrounding neighbors, a fine system for structures in poor conditions, and a mechanism for the city to revoke permits for those not in compliance with city safety standards. I know our city council is very busy tackling significant and complex issues like gun violence and public safety, tangled titles, affordable housing, tax reform, and economic growth. The streamlined process outlined in these two bills allows council to focus on important issues rather than expending time in reviewing hundreds of individual requests for an outdoor dining structure or street cafe. Without this legislation, businesses would have to seek councilmatic approval for each individual outdoor dining space. I worry about what this does to our small business community. What happens to a restaurant that opens during the summer when a restaurant opens during the summer when city council's on recess? What happens when council prioritizes other legislation and delays giving restaurants the approval to build new structures? And what happens to existing outdoor structures that restaurants have invested thousands of dollars on that have already been built, while restaurants wait in limbo for a council or streets department decision? We should be working to break down the policy barriers that limit the revenue that businesses can generate and limit the number of jobs that they can employ. More importantly, we should have faith in our business community that they have the same vested interest of council to make sure that outdoor dining structures are safe, secure, and comfortable. I hope the members of council will join us in supporting this legislation and establishing a single citywide standard for outdoor dining that is clear, expedient, and accessible to neighborhood restaurants.
He got a new car and he drew all over it.
Thank you for your testimony, Priscilla.
Miss Luce, you're on mute still. We haven't heard anything.
Apologies for that. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Priscilla Luce, and I am the interim president and CEO of the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance. Thanks for the opportunity to testify in support of the proposed legislation today. I appear today representing more than 460 arts and culture organizations in the 5-county region, with more than 380 members in the city of Philadelphia alone. The COVID-19 pandemic has left an indelible mark on our city in numerous ways, and our recovery across all sectors is still in the early stages. The uncertainty created by the Delta variant in late summer and early fall made clear that true recovery would likely be measured in years and not months. As I previously testified before City Council, arts and culture is a $3.4 billion industry in our region that employs thousands in the city itself and traditionally delivers Philadelphia millions of dollars in tax revenue on an annual basis. Arts and culture is also an essential part of why the city has experienced such a renaissance. It drives international and domestic tourism and routinely draws area residents into the city for day trips or a quick overnight. Arts and culture has a symbiotic relationship with restaurants. We all know that patrons of arts and culture frequently partner up with restaurants to enjoy meals, either before or after their arts and culture experience. Few things during the pandemic have felt normal. But as restaurants, cafes, and streeteries brought dining outdoors, even in the chilliest of temperatures, there was a bit of magic in that moment. Outdoor dining brought confidence in reopening and in a return, even if it's slow, to creating shared experiences once again. Outdoor dining brings important life and vitality to our city, just as arts and culture does, and we need to sustain that now more than ever. No one is interested in moving backwards, so let's move forward by keeping outdoor dining a permanent part of Philadelphia's lively restaurant scene. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Maynard, will you call the next witnesses for this panel?
The next witnesses for the panel are Tim Kerner and Ariel Ben Amos.
Please state your name for the record and you may begin with your testimony.
Hello. Is it me or is it Ariel who's up? I see Ariel on the screen.
Tim, you're up first, and then Ariel Ben Amos after you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Timothy Kerner, and I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak about streeteries. I am here as a representative of the Center City Residents Association. I'm also an architect and a board member of the Philadelphia chapter of the AIA, although my statement does not represent the opinion of that organization. Philadelphia's response to the impact of the pandemic on our restaurants has been creative, appreciated, and troublesome. We gladly traded away parking space for shared outdoor dining space and collectively gained a huge area of land for leisurely use. In a city where green park space is in relative short supply, these new outdoor amenities have been a welcome addition. Some streeteries contribute to the liveliness of the street and the vibrancy of the neighborhood. Imaginative structures create pleasant atmospheres for diners while contributing to the attractiveness of the streetscape. Other streeteries do the opposite. We can now find graffiti-covered plywood huts lining entire city blocks, plastic sheeting held up by crooked 2x4s, and at least one shipping container sitting in front of a park. These are not urban attractions, they are eyesores. The question council members should be asking today is not, should we have streeteries or not? The question is, how can we appropriately guide the implementation of streeteries to assure they benefit people, communities, and commercial corridors, and are not unsightly nuisances? Bill number 210776 makes a good start at answering this question. Issues such as appropriate boundaries, accessibility, and insurance are all addressed. However, in its current form, the bill does not adequately address the physical design of streeteries. Why is this important? Because if streeteries are built with insufficient transparency, they'll block our view of storefronts and other people. If they are built with flimsy materials, they'll fall apart. If they are built with untreated plywood, they will rot. If they are covered with advertising, they will be ugly. There are proposed amendments to this bill that are intended to address these aspects. One idea is to authorize the Streets Department and L&I to create design regulations. Another would create a design committee to provide annual non-binding recommendations. Neither of these get it right. We should not be asking Streets and L&I to design streeteries. That's not what they do. Design regulations are a design problem that should be solved by the design committee. The committee should be composed of the right blend of design professionals, city representatives, community advocates, and industry representatives, and the solutions should be creative, implementable, and enjoyable. For example, we should consider different regulations for different sized streets and different types of surroundings. We should use planters and not Jersey barriers. We should maintain visual openness and not wall off our sidewalks. We have a great opportunity in front of us. Let's design our streeteries well and improve the urban environment for pedestrians, residents, shoppers, and diners. We need to rethink streeteries as linear parks and use this opportunity to increase the greening, vibrancy, and attractiveness of our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would the next panelist please state your name for the record and you can begin your testimony?
Yes, my name is Ariel Ben Amos and I'm the founder of Streetbox PHL. Council people of the Streets and Services Committee, thank you for hosting this hearing and bringing together the different voices to attest to the impact that streeteries have had on our communities. Streetbox PHL is a small, fiscally sponsored nonprofit that works to make it easier for community groups and neighborhoods to steward their streets, help with insurance costs, capital costs, and provide technical assistance. And we're here speaking to you today because there are lessons learned from how streeteries were managed in Philadelphia during the pandemic that could help make it easier for more neighborhoods and more block captains to transform their neighborhood streets. Streeteries are not the first time Philadelphia has experimented with turning parking spaces into gathering places. For a decade now, Philadelphians have placed structures in the Cartway called parklets, and these parklets have become fixtures in their neighborhoods from Manayunk to Spruce Hill, and they cost anywhere from $5,000 to $25,000 to build and require small businesses and nonprofits to go through a protracted process to implement. It's taken some nonprofits more time to get a pedestrian enhancement, a plaza or a parklet approved than it has taken them to build affordable housing units. Streeteries have penetrated into more neighborhoods than parklets ever did. Pre-pandemic, only 4 out of 18 city planning districts across Philadelphia had at least one pedestrian enhancement. Some had as many as 3, and almost all of them were spearheaded by nonprofits. Post-pandemic, every planning district has had pedestrian enhancements, all of them more than the most populated planning district pre-pandemic, from the Northeast to Center City. Streeteries have been championed by a private sector that has long been apprehensive to creatively engage the public right-of-way along commercial corridors. They're so popular that close to 90% of those we surveyed in August of 21 said that they wanted to host a streetery or sidewalk cafe after the pandemic. This surge in private sector participation was only possible because of some specific changes. The city cut down applications from 24 pages for parklets to 2 for streeteries. The city created a predictable design review process, and the city made it easier to work with private businesses and engage departments usually associated with brick and mortar operations. If we want to engage more communities in stewardship of Philadelphia's largest public assets, its streets, and we can do so if we simplify how stewards interface with the city, engage the private sector in right-of-way stewardship, and support expedited design review process on an ongoing basis. Reforming the rules of the right-of-way is a matter of equity and of access. Permanently fixing the city's process for empowering citizens to transform their streets and commercial corridors will make these interventions accessible for more neighborhoods and more citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Maynard, will you please call the next witnesses for this particular panel? Is that it for this panel?
That is all for this panel. The next panel.
Hold on, before we move on, are there any questions for this panel or anybody who just testified from members of this committee or other members who are not in this committee who are present for today's hearing? Hearing none, I want to thank everybody in that panel for your testimony. It's greatly appreciated, and we appreciate the work you're doing for the citizens of Philadelphia. Mr. Maynard, can you, hold on, I'm sorry. Chair recognizes Councilmember Dom for a comment before we go on to the next panel. Councilmember Dom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank our panelists for all their help, their testimony today, being available, and appreciate all your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Dom. And we do appreciate everyone for being here today to provide your insight and your expert opinion. Mr. Maynard, can you please call the next panel as it relates to our legislation today?
Of course, Mr. Chair. The next panel is Jennifer Rodriguez, Mark Colazzo, Job Itzkowitz, Chris Kennedy, and Nate Hamel.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please state your name for the record, and in the order that the clerk just said your name, you can communicate your testimony. So we will be starting with Jennifer. Please state your name and you may begin your testimony.
My name is Jennifer Rodriguez. I am the president and CEO of the Greater Philadelphia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and today I am representing the Diverse Chambers Coalition of Philadelphia, made up of the African American Chamber, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Asian American Chamber of Commerce, and the IBA, the LGBTQ+ Chamber of Commerce in Greater Philadelphia. Good morning to the chairman and to the Committee of the Streets and Services Committee. My name is Jennifer Rodriguez once again, and I am here to testify in support of Bill 210776 and 210777 introduced by Councilmember Dunn.
Before I dive further into this piece of legislation, on behalf of the diverse chambers, I would like to thank Councilmember Dom and the co-sponsors of the bill for your continued leadership and dedication addressing issues that impacting our residents in Philadelphia, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. The coalition commends you for your work on this ordinance and the work on all committee members present in this meeting. As a coalition of diverse chambers, we are proud to stand together, and we represent hundreds of restaurants throughout Philadelphia that adapted to the coronavirus pandemic. Many of them, using the Streetery model, have told us that continuing outdoor seating permanently is a way that they can compete as well as create warm, inviting atmosphere for the customers who dine in our spaces. We support the current proposal by Council Member Alan Dunn to codify Streeteries permanently into the Philadelphia Code, but we want to ensure that the city creates a fair process for their creation and upkeep. Philadelphia should aim at easing the complexities, bureaucracy, and cost associated with doing business, which has resulted in the city lagging in business formation and business density among all groups, and more severely among Black and Hispanics. We consistently rank at the bottom of business rankings. When our communities do not create and grow businesses, we fail to create jobs and generate wealth. Representing businesses in diverse communities, it's crucial that the process for applying for new streeteries be equitable. As a coalition of diverse chambers, we recommend that new applications for streeteries be tracked by councilmanic district. This includes approvals, rejections, and violations to ensure egalitarian enforcement and application of the bills. We also recommend that the city develop regulations and application processes for outdoor cafes and for streeteries that are simple and do not require engineering or complex architectural drawings. Small businesses, which are the pillar of Black, Brown, Asian, and LGBTQ plus communities, are working with limited resources as it is, and keeping requirements low cost and within budget would allow them to participate in the streetery application process. In addition, we want to ensure the development of pre-approved streetery designs that, if selected, would result in an expedited approval process. This is particularly important for entrepreneurs who do not have the wherewithal to go through complex and costly approval processes. We know that outdoor dining has become a staple within our Philadelphia communities, and the diverse businesses that make up our chamber are excited to be part of this new era in the Philadelphia restaurant scene. However, we cannot lock them out of the process through costly requirements and lengthy approval processes. Determining equitable eligibility, targeting applicable neighborhoods, and establishing inclusive rates are the beginning steps, not our ending ones. And as we go forward in recovery, I am here today to ask once again that we not go back to our normal, that we create better access, better protection, a better availability of resources. I am here today to convey the recommendations of this ordinance for this ordinance, and wholeheartedly ask you to do the same. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Philadelphia's diverse communities.
Thank you for your testimony. Can we proceed to the next panelist? I believe Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Good morning to members of City Council, my colleagues and fellow panelists. I'm Mark Colazzo, Executive Director of the Fishtown, Kensington Area Business Improvement District. And I come before you today to express the collective support of our over 500 businesses, restaurants, taverns, entertainment venues, professional services for Councilman Dom's, in support of Councilman Dom's legislation, bill numbers 210776 and 210777. I ask you all to join us in the citywide extension of outdoor dining and streetery licenses. By allowing outdoor dining applications to go through a streamlined review process, allows every restaurant an equal opportunity to participate in the creative economy of Philadelphia, and eliminates the long bureaucratic aspects of government that we all have worked so hard to avoid. The award-winning dining scene in the Fishtown and Kensington neighborhoods is known throughout the world for its eclectic, dynamic selections that bring thousands of people to our commercial corridor daily to say, as we say, find it in Fishtown. Like the myriad of other eateries throughout the country, the food establishment suffered critical financial losses in income, patronage, and personnel because of the COVID-19 pandemic. City Council heard our pleas for vital and crucial assistance to keep our restaurants in operation by providing an efficient, expeditious, and open procedure to allow for our outdoor dining that was safe, open, and accessible for all. The subsequent effect in the Fishtown District was remarkable. The temporary legislation not only kept our eateries alive, but allowed the public to escape the isolation of the pandemic and provided a safe communal way for residents and patrons to feel normal again. Moreover, our restaurants and restaurateurs, such as Johnny Brenda's, The International, William O'Haron's and Sons, Chew, Nunu, and Lloyd Whiskey Bar, just to name a few, invested significant time, talent, and treasure in creating beautiful, regulated spaces for a comfortable, unique experience that had not been known in the Fishtown District in the city of Philadelphia and are now the envy of the region. These outdoor dining spaces embraced the creativity of their owners and became an enhanced part of the neighborhood culture and design that has been embraced by all. We applaud this body for its ingenuity and collaboration in preserving an industry that is crucial for the economic preservation of our communities. Now the time has come again for this council to act to not only preserve the restaurant industry, but to allow for its continued growth and innovation. Our eateries and taverns, still reeling from the financial impact and losses from COVID-19, have made the outdoor dining part of their recovery model, and the public overwhelmingly wants these options to become permanent. The Fishtown District has become the guide for the entire nation on how to rejuvenate and revitalize an area that had been ignored for decades, and the city can now ignite an entire industry by making outdoor dining part of the collective culture of Philadelphia. Let us be the example, like so many cities in Europe, that Philadelphia becomes the center of destination dining. By doing so, we not only allow for our restaurants to survive, but they will thrive. Increased patronage leads to more jobs, the openings of additional businesses, and a surge in residential and commercial development. People come to live, shop, work, and play in the Fishtown District because the world is right outside their door. And by maintaining, outdoor dining and streeteries, the rest of the world will join them. We agree with Councilmember Dom that having a fair and equitable standards matched with an efficient process is a better way forward for residents and restaurants. It helps Philadelphia to distinguish itself from the surrounding suburbs and other cities, drawing more visitors to every section of Philadelphia. Let's face it, food brings people together and brings them to our city. The benefits are many. Jobs. Restaurants largely employ local residents, and at a time when our city is still recovering from the economic impact of this pandemic, we need more opportunities to get people back on their feet. Tourism. Food and culture bring people together in our city and cities all over the world. If we want to be a world-class city, which I believe we are, then Philadelphia needs to support a long-term vision for creative uses for our public spaces, and outdoor dining presents us with a perfect opportunity to get started. Philadelphia must attract residents and visitors to recover our recent losses and expand for the future. Outdoor dining provides exciting, interesting, and vibrant spaces for anyone to visit and help differentiate us from the surrounding suburbs and many other cities in the United States. Commercial corridors like ours, restaurants are an anchor and bring others to our corridors. They bring people, they bring new residents, and they bring new businesses. And our goal is we must always be looking 10, 20, 30 years down the line. When they dine in our restaurants, they often shop in our stores. Our outdoor dining helps elevate the visibility of these restaurants and makes for interesting and fun spaces that are inviting to everyone. And finally, and I think this is important, public safety. Our residents, visitors, and business owners feel safer when outdoor dining spaces are vibrant and full of people. Outdoor dining draws people outside, often providing additional lighting, and generally makes our public spaces feel safer, encouraging people to shop, promote, and otherwise enjoy Philadelphia. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with all of you to creating a system of safety, accessibility, design, and reporting that will make outdoor dining and streetery licenses a permanent part of life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Can we, our next panel?
The next person to testify is Joe Itzkowitz, and after that we'll hear from Chris Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please state your name for the record and you may begin with your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson Thomas and members of the committee. My name is Job Itzkowitz, and I am the Executive Director of the Old City District. I am here on behalf of the Old City District Board of Directors to testify in support of bills number 210776 and 210777. Outdoor dining has been and continues to be a lifeline for Old City restaurants. Out of the wake of this body's emergency legislation in 2020, dozens of restaurants in Old City took advantage of the opportunity to use sidewalk seating, streeteries, and even temporarily close streets to serve customers. Old City's businesses are almost entirely independently owned, with no chain restaurants among the 100 food-related retail establishments. Your emergency legislation saved locally owned businesses, saved jobs, and saved important tax revenue for the city. Many restaurants were able to survive because they could serve customers outside. Without the sidewalk cafes or streeteries, we would have lost more. But many restaurants still have very much not recovered. Old City lost Pharmacia after 15 years in business, Continental after 25 years, and just weeks ago, Chloe after 22 years. Outdoor dining will determine if many restaurants are able to survive the financial hardships they continue to experience. Council should not prescribe an end date for by right outdoor dining because that presumes we know when the recovery for those restaurants, jobs, and tax revenue will be complete. We don't. On the other hand, permanent by right outdoor dining will create economic opportunities for the city, such as the ability to collect additional revenue through tax revenue from employment and sales, application fees, renewals, and compliance. Fortunately, the city's budget was buttressed with federal support recently, but where will our city's budget be next year or the year after? We simply can't afford to limit by right outdoor dining. Before the pandemic, Old City's average daytime population consisted of 5,000 residents, 12,000 tourists, and 18,000 office workers. Those individuals not only supported Old City's businesses, but as Mark suggested, they created eyes on the street, creating a feeling of a safe and lively environment that encourages more commerce. In the absence of tourists and office workers, outdoor dining puts more eyes on the street during all times of day, benefiting public safety. More people on the street makes a block friendlier and safer for diners, pedestrians, and residents alike. Even before the pandemic, Philadelphia was a notoriously difficult place to do business. I know that Jabari and Kamara spoke to that earlier. But the last thing our businesses need is additional red tape. We have an unemployment rate of 8.1% compared to the national average of 4.6%. These bills establish the mechanics of streetery permitting that correctly balance the need for restaurant survival, economic growth, and community input. Such mechanics are best reserved to an administration which administers the laws drafted by this body. No restaurant in the city should be required to obtain individual legislation simply to put a table and chairs outside of their doors. I've heard about the prospects that amendments may be forthcoming that would carve out certain areas, possibly including Old City, to allow continued by right outdoor dining. Wearing my Old City hat, I certainly appreciate that opportunity for Old City, and I appreciate Councilman Squilla for including the neighborhood therein. But I can't help but wonder, what about the small business owner who can't afford the higher rent of the nearest commercial corridor? Why should she be deprived of the rights of her business neighbors a few blocks away? What about the residents located in an area without a bustling nearby commercial corridor? Why should they be deprived of the opportunities of their fellow Philadelphians to dine outside in a nearby restaurant? Where's the equity in that? Ultimately, what kind of city do we want to live in? I want to live in a city that fosters rather than inhibits the opportunities promised to each of us. Accordingly, I'm pleased to share Old City District support for bill numbers 210776 and 77, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Itzkowitz, for your testimony. The next witness the committee will hear from is Chris Kennedy and then Nate Hamel. Ms. Kennedy, if you'll state your name for the record and then begin your testimony, that would be great.
Yes, thank you. My name is Christine Kennedy, and I am the Executive Director of the Northern Liberties Business Improvement District. I wanted to start today by thanking everyone who's contributed ideas and solutions to this process. I know it's fraught and there's a lot of moving pieces. I'm going to try to be brief because my colleagues have already done just a fantastic job eloquently speaking about how streeteries have saved businesses and created vibrancy. And I wanted to hear what others' testimony was going to be before really deciding what I wanted to talk about today. Here in Northern Liberties, the addition of 900 outdoor seats, it really changed overnight the economy of our district, and not just for restaurants. More people walking down the streets really had a ring effect, and it really improved commerce for all businesses, and it has helped us fill storefronts. which we struggled for years to fill, particularly because we're affected by the North Delaware overlay here. But we're back in the map for visitors and entrepreneurs. So we just want to support that continued growth in our district. So I wanted to actually just talk about one of the things that seems to be the biggest reason for denying streeteries by right and requiring them to continue to have to get an ordinance in order to exist. So in my job, I've actually spent a lot of hours, many hours, working to improve parking, not just for visitors, but for residents and also for employees. I hear a lot from businesses how it's hard for them to recruit people to work, not just because of the kind of COVID, but also just like being able to park here. And I have really limited tools to do that. I can't build a parking garage, but I can propose better regulations. But only once since streeteries hit our streets in the early days of COVID, only once have I had somebody call me and directly request that they wanted to free up parking by eliminating a streetery. But almost weekly, I get people coming to me asking me, what are we going to do to improve the infrastructure of parking in our neighborhood? Because parking woes built up over decades because of tax incentives and zoning changes and not supporting the infrastructure. They're caused by a lack of investment in public parking lots as density has increased, a lack of investment in public transit, and a belated investment in bike and micro transit. And those are things that really also need to be addressed. And we just can't blame streeteries for this. It's been something that's been happening for a very long time. And if the limbo stick under which restaurants have to pass is parking, it's just far too low. We need to be solving that problem in adjacent and coming up with approaches that address parking and not have it be the number one reason why we're creating carve-outs in various neighborhoods, why we're allowing some people to have this and some people not to have it. So that's really what I wanted to put a spotlight on, that it seems to be the thing that's really a hang-up for a lot of people, but it's been a problem for a long time, long before we had streeteries. And if we want to have continued vibrancy, the public safety that we've been talking about, and as I've said, here in Northern Liberties, just really seeing our neighborhood flourish with the advent of streeteries, it's actually something that has to be solved separately. So that's all I really wanted to contribute today. Thank you.
Ms. Kennedy, thank you for your testimony. Nate Hamel, if you'll state your name and begin yours, that would be great.
Good morning, all. I'm Nathan Hummel. I'm Director of Planning and Design for University City District. I'm here today to share our observations at University City District that outdoor dining has been transformative for independent restaurants trying to survive during this pandemic. As stewards of 2.4 square miles of vibrant urbanity in West Philadelphia, each day we have seen our ever-expanding population deal with the pandemic in many ways. Outdoor dining was one way people felt some sense of connection outside of their homes and still felt COVID safe. Again and again, we are told by restaurants that their patrons now demand outdoor seating, especially on nice weather days. And restaurants have shared that outdoor dining has increased their daily revenues by 30%, often making the difference in survival on a day-to-day basis. The UCD Parklet program started in 2011 and helped introduce the idea of curbside seating between the curbs of a Philadelphia street. I know firsthand that it was challenging to get approval for parklets in West Philadelphia before the pandemic. This was due mainly to needing a council ordinance for any outdoor dining. However, once those restrictions changed to a citywide by-right approval scenario, we saw countless new restaurants take advantage of outdoor dining in West Philadelphia. We strongly support outdoor dining. However, the most equitable path forward involves a by-right process for outdoor dining approval and annual licenses for outdoor cafes or streeteries to help limit the impact of bad actors. Thank you for your time.
You're on mute, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Hummel, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Councilmember, that concludes this panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are you sure? I have a did Jason Evans?
One name was dropped from this
Okay.
panel, and one name is dropped from the next one. I apologize, but I haven't had a chance to circulate that.
No problem. Are there any questions from members of this committee or members of the president? Chair recognizes Councilmember Don.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to also thank the panelists, Jennifer Rodriguez, Mark Palazzo, Joe Itzkowitz, and Chris Kennedy, for your testimony today. I really appreciate all you have all done during this pandemic, helping all your corridors and local businesses survive. You guys have been really key in the economy of our city. I can't thank you all enough, and look forward to working with you in the future and making this successful. So thank you so much for being here and your testimony. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chair recognizes Councilmember O.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So I'm very troubled by this bill, quite frankly. I'm just being very transparent about that. I do believe that because of the pandemic and because of the lockdown in particular, restaurants suffered. When I look outside of Philadelphia, there are no streeteries. They were not locked down. Their businesses are doing fine. And in fact, they probably increased business from Philadelphians who would go outside of the city to go to a restaurant to discover new places to go to. They didn't have streeteries there. Because restaurants were suffering and their workforce was suffering, there was a need for streeteries. I completely agree with that, supported that. But now we're talking about a streamlined process by right, which really means that there's a process which excludes communities, community members, other businesses, residents, seniors, institutions, nonprofits that are not fully aware of this process, but that is a public street. So my question for anyone is really this. I mean, is this limited to restaurants? Why not? If we're talking about putting things in the street or on the curbs, like I understand a curb process. There's a wide enough curb, you put outdoor seating and people can still walk past, the people dining. Or in some cases, I remember when in commercial corridors, to get more business, people would take set up a table right outside their store, put their jewelry, put their clothing, put their items out there. We still have those type of things going on in certain parts of the city. If this is about restaurants only, we are not talking about hot dog vendors, which pretty much were kind of run out of town. We're not talking about fruit stands. We're not talking about people who come out and set up the cart or things like that. So we're not talking about providing economic opportunity to people who don't have much opportunity. We're not talking about retail stores. It seems to me that if the idea is that restaurants had to survive, I completely understand and agree. To now saying, which I have a lot of problems with, that we will not go through a process, it's too lengthy, to allow the community to express themselves and have a say. Yeah, I understand it's a slow process. I think it should be a slow process. So unless you can explain to me why restaurants only and not other businesses or other entities occupying the sidewalks and the streets, and why this is somehow a good thing as opposed to getting those office buildings filled back up and getting those hotels filled and getting people to come in so that they do stay after work and dine and go to bars and go to shows. I do have a problem with the idea that somehow people in this city who aren't restaurateurs are kind of cut out of this process. Can someone explain that to me? Like, what is the consensus thought here that we will not allow residents and other folks to come into this process to say we don't want this streetery?
Thank you, Councilmember O. I'm going to ask Councilmember Dom, as one of the sponsors of the legislation, if he's available to be able to maybe answer some of the questions that you raised and respond to some of those concerns. Councilmember Dom, are you available?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councilman O, for your question. This is, in the pandemic, hospitality was crushed the most in any industry. Hospitality got crushed. And this is also a way to reimagine the city. And the difference, I think, is that a restaurant that puts tables outside and has the ability that people enjoy that experience. It's an experience that is different than maybe a retail store that, I'm thinking of like Ninth Street or something, where you just go out and you buy something. The experience of dining outside, especially, who knows if pandemics are over? We may have another pandemic, God forbid, in 6 months or a year, but we still have between 40 and 50% of the population that won't eat inside. You can talk to the restaurant people, they still won't eat inside for whatever reason. So I think that's we're trying to keep the jobs. We have so many hospitality jobs in Philadelphia, and so many of these jobs are Philadelphia residents. This is an employment bill to a degree of keeping these jobs in place. It's helping the restaurants, it's reimagining the city, and in many ways, it's trying to make us a little different and bringing back life to the city. Look, we're in a competitive world right now. People have choices. People can go to this, we're concerned, as you well know, that we may have city workers who work, or I should say employees who worked in the city but live in the suburbs not come back to work. We want to encourage them to come back to work as much as we can. And so this is just one effort to try to recreate Philadelphia, make us different. We already know that we've seen many suburbanites come into the city to dine and spend their money. So we're in a competitive environment, but I'd say more importantly, it's to help these employees have employment and to help the restaurants survive. Restaurants are getting crushed. Food costs are out of control. The supply chain is broken. I can tell you that any restaurateur that's on this call will tell you later, it'll be better to speak to this than me, that their costs are out of sight, that labor is out of sight, and they're not going to recover. I think it was Ben Felecchia who said earlier, it's going to take years for them to recover from what happened here. And we did shut down here, and I understand the suburbs did not, and I understand. I enjoyed your story about your 4 kids going to the suburbs because you couldn't eat in Philadelphia. I get that. But we have to help these restaurants and employees get back to where they were and also recreate the city. I think that's the overall goal. And I'm sure there'll be some restaurateurs that will be on the panel that can speak to this also. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Dom. Chair, before you, I know you are queued up, Councilmember O. Let me allow one of the panelists to respond, and then I'll let you respond, Councilmember O. Chair recognizes Mr. Itzowitz.
Thank you, Chairperson Thomas. Councilmember O, I wanted to just respond to that question from our perspective. Old City has 300 storefronts, about 100 food uses total. And there were some inquiries from retailers about using the street, but there was maybe 2 versus the dozens of restaurants that took advantage of the street. And what ultimately happened is that, as I mentioned during my testimony, we're almost entirely independently owned businesses, locally owned mom and pop shops, and they frequently have 1 employee in the store, 2 employees in the store. So there's a practical issue with leaving merchandise on the street when there's no one to watch the merchandise or watch the register or both. There's another practical concern, which is that the idea that something would as simple as putting tables and chairs on the sidewalk would need to go to your neighborhood committee, your RCO. We are the RCO in our section of Old City, and I can tell you we do not want to hear dozens of applications for streeteries. But I also serve on the RCO zoning committee where I live in Point Breeze. And as a member of that committee, I don't want to hear these applications. We live in a city. We've all chosen to live in a city. Let's have the benefits of living in a city, which is urban life. But I think you also raise a really important, bigger question, which is, you framed it as why restaurants and not others. I think the bigger question is, what are the highest and best uses of our streets? And historically, they have been reserved for cars. But the real question is, are we doing the best service to our residents, the best service to our business owners and our workers by limiting those street spaces? And maybe these bills are the first step in moving that conversation forward as to how we address those streets. So thank you.
Thank you for your response. Chair recognizes Councilmember O.
Thank you very much. I don't think this is an issue about streeteries, yes or no. I think this is an issue about streeteries and the process of how we get to streeteries and who gets a say. I will say that the problem of parking is a result of City Council and the City of Philadelphia's policy choices, which is in response to the fact that many people wanted to do things which limited parking spaces. And so as a result, we have built these tall towers with no underground parking. And then the parking goes out into the neighborhoods. We've built huge hotels with no parking, and then the people have to get concierge. But business people come into our city, and they don't come by public transportation necessarily. A lot of them do. Workers come in, but a lot of people are visiting our city, coming to our hotels, having business conventions, and they come with vehicles every day. The whole point of the city is you have more people coming into the city than live here. They stay here, they get entertained here, they eat here, they spend money. We want more money coming to the city than exists in the city. And so parking is a critical question, and we've had this issue about, for example, an entire plan around electric-powered vehicles and other things, charging stations that has not been put into place. The use of the streets for people with disabilities, for reserved parking spaces for seniors, things like that. Yeah, you have to have a certain level of travel if there was no problem with parking, because stores are also, like, you cannot. Well, maybe you will one day order your meals online, and maybe that's a great, home process. But restaurants are great in-person experience. But for other types of businesses, they are competing with Amazon online and that in-person experience. So for me, I do think that the issue about how we get to approve a streetery, including other small businesses and communities, is an important discussion. And so far, that issue of parking space is important to a lot of people. I will say that, at least in my life's experience, which is limited and anecdotal, I know, a lot of folks who live on the edge of who don't live in Center City do not want to go to Center City. Anyone who's traveled to Center City recently, the congestion is atrocious. The parking is impossible. It's just a thing a lot of people avoid, and I don't think that's a good thing when people avoid going to our commercial areas. But I appreciate the answer. I am listening. I am, but I am looking for something. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember O. And I'll also say that there are a number of amendments that's been circulated thus far to council members as well as to our staff. So please note that those amendments have been circulated. And I know that one of the issues that are being addressed in those amendments, Councilmember O, is the idea of transparency and inclusion as it relates to who should be a part of dialogue. So hopefully your concern there gets addressed. I see that Mark as well as Chris have their hand up. If you could summarize your thoughts in about 30 seconds, because we have to open up for other council members, as well as move on to a number of different panels, as well as public testimony, and this all has to be done by 12:30. So ladies first is the world I live in. So Chris, if you can go 30 seconds, and then Mark, if you can go 30 seconds, and then we can transition. You're on mute. That don't count towards your 30 seconds.
I did press unmute. Okay. You can hear me now, right? Thank you. So I do have a business who was able to take advantage of this program, and it was life-saving for their business. They were a gym, gyms being one of the last kinds of businesses that were allowed to open long after restaurants were allowed to open. And they have set up what essentially is a streetery and set up their gym equipment, and has been, it is really the thing that kept them going. I don't know how long they'll leave it up there for, but it's a great example. Malik Jackson Boxing Gym on 2nd Street, if you ever want to drive by.
I'm sorry, we're going to need you to take a little longer than 30 seconds. Can you elaborate a little bit? I think that my colleagues and I would like to hear. So how was that entity able to take what they normally offer and turn it into the equivalence of a streetery? Can you just elaborate a little bit more on that process?
Yeah, I mean, the nature of their gym, and they're a boxing gym, so unlike a traditional gym that might have weightlifting equipment that would be difficult to move, their stuff is really quite easy to move, so they are able to kind of on a daily basis set up and dismantle, but kind of almost as a community service. I think when maybe people were feeling a little down, they left their heavy bag up, so it was a good thing, just walk by and punch it. But I also just really quickly wanted to just mention that our RCO, we also has to hear every single thing that has to do with the North Delaware overlay. So, every time a food establishment comes into our neighborhood, into a space that does not already have a use permit for food, our RCO has to hear it. So they're already pretty bogged down. with this kind of work. So I just want to reiterate Job's point on that, and then I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much. That was very informative. Mark?
No, thanks, Mr. Chair, and good to see you again, Councilmember O. And I think that's Councilmember O raised a great point for us to talk about, but I just want to emphasize that even during the temporary legislation, there were procedures in place that the RCOs got. We always got a statement of community concern every time one was filed. Now, I can tell you that we are also an RCO. There are 4 RCOs in my business improvement district alone, including us. None of them want or have the bandwidth to be hearing these types of things over and over and over again, especially, as Chris just said, we also deal with the North Delaware Avenue overlay. I will keep in mind that this body has also put in streamlined procedures before, whether it's for special assembly procedures or for parklet procedures. So the precedence is there to have an expeditious and open way to go about it. We all look forward to seeing the amendments, and I'm confident we'll get there. And I'll defer the rest of my time. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you both for such informative information. I think that this helps us as it relates to how we move and what direction we go in. So this has been an excellent panel thus far. Are there any other questions for members of the committee or council members present for this particular panel? I do see a hand up, and I'm going to apologize for whatever hand that is because there's no way I can tell who that person is. But if there's questions from members of council or members of this committee for this particular panel, please indicate that now. Seeing none, hearing none, I want to thank all of the members of this panel for your testimony today. Again, I think that was great information, phenomenal resources and recommendations that I think help inform us as it relates to the work that we do. So thank you so much. That was great. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the next panel?
Of course. The next panel is 12 members. So what I'm going to do is call the first 6, and we'll work through those, and then I'll call the next 6. So we have Ellen Yin, Saba Tedla, Rob Wasserman, Winnie Clowry. I apologize. Robert Perry, and Chloe. I will avoid mispronouncing your last name.
So, Ellen, if you can start, please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
I'm Ellen Yin, co-founder of High Street Hospitality Group. We operate Fork in Old City, Philadelphia, High Street, Philly on 9th between Chestnut and Sansom, A Kitchen and Bar in Rittenhouse Square, and High Street Provisions in West Philadelphia. Councilmember Thomas and members of City Council, thank you so much for taking the time this morning to hear how important it is for restaurateurs throughout the city to continue benefiting from outdoor dining, particularly the Streetery program. Our industry appreciates all the support this city and the City Council have provided to help small businesses throughout the pandemic, including extremely quick approval of the outdoor dining in spring of 2020, eviction moratoriums, financial relief, etc. Restaurants, however, which are one of the city's largest employers, while they may look busy, are not fully recovered. It will take years for the restaurant industry to recover. PPP may have been a stopgap. Restaurant relief funds help many to survive, but only 1/3 of restaurants who applied received the funds, and many small businesses were not able to receive any relief. On top of that, as was previously mentioned, labor shortages, supply chain disruptions have all altered the traditional restaurant business model. And existing restaurants, which have been operating in that model for years, it is not that easy to just completely change overnight. And outdoor dining has been a lifeline by supporting revenue until we make these readjustments and learn what the new environment is going to be. With the additional uncertainty of the winter, COVID variants, and the possibility of COVID surge, guests are still demanding the option of outdoor dining. In response to Councilman O, not all restaurants can rely on other methods of sales. For example, Fork is a high-end restaurant. It did not succeed in doing takeout. It tried, but it could not survive. It does need to have outdoor seating. Right now, Center City, our main tax base for the Philadelphia region, we need restaurants. Restaurants are the main business that is still in business right now that will help attract people back to the city. On top of economic survival, the creativity of the hospitality industry is helping the city keep growing and thriving into the future. In fact, the ability of the city to put forth its individuality, diversity, and grit has received recognition from publications even after the pandemic. Travel and Leisure wrote, "Beyond Philadelphia's historic center lies a constellation of neighborhoods that have become hubs of diversity and creativity." Time magazine starts its World Greatest Places article with Philadelphia starting a new chapter. The culinary talent and the restaurant scene is almost always cited as part of the exciting assets that this city offers, which is why outdoor dining via Streeteries must be encouraged and allowed to continue throughout the city fairly and equitably with high standards for aesthetics, safety, and standards of operations. By making it permanent, we are giving operators the confidence that they can continue to invest in this option if they wish. And by creating proper guidelines for design, construction, and behavior, we can ensure that Streeteries do not negatively impact highly trafficked streetscapes or the quality of life of residential neighborhoods. We can be a leader in this. People love it. It's fun and different. We are a city of creatives, whether it be the hospitality industry, architects, designers. I feel confident that we can figure it out. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the next panelist?
The next panelist we'll hear from is Saba Tedla and then Rob Wasserman after Saba.
Please state your name for the record and you may begin with your testimony.
Council support, do we have Saba?
Mr. Maynard, you can call the next panelist. We'll come back.
Very good. The next panelist is Rob Wasserman, and the panelist after that is Winnie from Winnie's Restaurant.
Rob, please state your name for the record and you may begin with your testimony. I don't think we have Rob either. Who's the next panelist, Mr. Maynard?
Winnie Clowry.
Winnie, please state your name for the record and you may begin with your testimony.
Okay.
Mr. Maynard, can you please call the next witness for this panel?
Is Robert Perry or Chloe available? Okay.
Let's move into the second half of the panel then.
Is Ashley Thomas, Owen Kamira, Kate Jacoby, Sam Mink, Alex Carbonell, or Sean Butler? I won't butcher your last name.
Mr. Maynard, let's start in order. Let's start with Ashley Thomas. Is Ashley Thomas available?
Ms. Thomas, are you available?
No. Okay. Who's next?
Yes.
Is this Ashley Thomas?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and you may begin with your testimony.
Hello, my name is Ashley Thomas. Can you all hear me?
You're breaking up a little bit. It will help us if you were a little louder.
Okay, I will try my hardest.
That's much better.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for letting me be here. I'm testifying in support of bills 210-776 and 210-777. And I think that Streeteries have been beneficial in several areas. First and foremost, they have been a financial lifeline for our businesses. We have several restaurants that would not have survived the pandemic without government helps. The PPP funds were instrumental in helping us stay open, and Streeteries are absolutely necessary to help us dig our way out of this pandemic-sized hole. Secondly, the Streeteries have helped us emotionally and psychologically. We have both staff and guests who feel better, safer, and more comfortable outside. We are definitely seeing a rise in indoor dining, thanks in large part to Philadelphia's successful vaccination campaign. but we're still not near where we need to be or where we were in 2019. And thirdly, the Streeteries bring both safety and vibrancy to the city. Extensive outdoor dining is common in many other countries and many other cities. Our expanded alfresco dining has added charm and excitement to the neighborhood. And we've had multiple people tell us how much safer they feel in general with more lighting and more people outside having a good time. I think the Streeteries have become part of us now. We've had birthday parties and anniversaries, people getting engaged there. Our regulars love them, and so do the tourists. And I just wanted to say thank you for letting me share, and we please hope that we get to keep them.
Thank you, Ashley. Love your last name as well, too. Appreciate your testimony. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the next witness for this panel?
The next witness, do we have Owen, Kate, or Sam available? And the clerk also recognizes the family resemblance.
Yes.
Owen, please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
My name is Owen Kamihira, and I'm the owner of El Camino Restaurant. Last March 16th, the pandemic forced me to lay off 48 employees overnight. The City of Philadelphia's lifeline of allowing me to build my streetery has allowed my restaurant to survive and hire back most of those that lost their jobs. Streeteries and the addition of outdoor dining has not only helped us survive, but has energized the city. However, we're at a crossroads with the onset of the Delta variant and the change in weather. We have seen a 40% drop in business. Unfortunately, we don't know when this pandemic will end. It's my hope that my streetery license will be made permanent, and it's also my hope that additional city council actions won't be needed to secure a license. My restaurant is within the boundaries of the North Delaware Avenue overlay, and because of this, a simple sidewalk seating license demands a separate city council ordinance to get. And it took years for us to get that license. And, this is why I support bills number 10776 or 210776 and 210777 introduced by Councilman Dom. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Owen. Mr. Maynard, can you please call the next witness for this panel?
Do we have Kate Jacoby, Sam Mink, Alex Carbonell, or Sean from Philly 700?
Okay, so none of the remaining members of this panel are presently here to testify. Is that correct, Mr. Maynard?
That appears correct.
Okay. Are there any questions from members of this committee or members of council that are present for this particular panel? Hearing none, I want to thank everybody for your testimony today. We appreciate the work you're doing. We appreciate your expert opinion, and we appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. Thank you, Ashley. Mr. Maynard, can you please call the next panel, which I believe is panel number 5?
Of course, one moment. The next panel is Nicole from South of South Neighbors Association, Mike Harris from the South Street Head House District, and John Lovitz from the National LGBT Chamber of Commerce.
Nicole, are you present?
I'm here.
Thank you, Nicole. Please state your name for the record and you may begin your testimony.
My name is Nicole Kodaker. I'm the Executive Director for South of South Neighborhood Association, or SOSNA. I'm actually going to divert the testimony over to our Economic Development Chair, Abigail Denberg, if she's on the call.
I am. Can you all hear me okay?
Thank you.
We can hear you. Please
Great.
state your name for the record and begin with your testimony.
My name is Abigail Denberg. I am the Economic Development Committee Chair of South Neighborhood Association. So, and I want to thank, first of all of the committee members for their time today. Philadelphia's expanded outdoor dining ordinance has been a critical business enabler for local restaurants that have limited space, allowing for an increase in patrons. However, the desire across our neighborhood to maintain outdoor eating options extends beyond business owners. Patrons are passionate about outdoor dining options, even as we head into winter. The SOSNA Economic Development Committee is committed to fostering economic development within our neighborhood. We act as a link between residents and businesses, and the committee is focused on bringing value to the neighborhood that addresses community needs and creates opportunities for businesses to flourish. Allowing expanded outdoor dining options to remain a permanent fixture does exactly that. It offers value to the restaurant owners and comfort to residents. At last month's South Street West Business Association membership meeting, there was consensus among the restaurant managers that outdoor dining options were essential to their business. If you look across SOSNA, we're an area of small businesses that were severely impacted by the pandemic. Additional seating has been a boon to help businesses during this period. Prior to COVID, businesses spent up to a year seeking the requisite permits for outdoor dining. You heard from other panelists that the legislation we discussed today removes many of those impediments. According to Fifth Square, applications have come from a much broader geographic area, suggesting a possible relationship between these more relaxed permitting efforts and more applications in areas outside of Center City. SOSNA businesses have certainly taken advantage. As businesses with very small indoor dining spaces, our neighborhood in particular has benefited from outdoor street dining. This legislation allows for restaurants to have as much seating outside as inside, allowing for likely 100% increase in revenue, if not more, based on potential lingering preference for outdoor dining. Moreover, our businesses invested significant funds to establish their streeteries. They're just beginning to get a return on those investments, so to tear them down now would be detrimental to their financial recovery. For our community, outdoor dining has had multiple positive impacts. It added to the vibrancy of our streets and city, continuing to draw in passersby. Moreover, it created more lighting and people on our streets, which has helped to minimize crime. We feel confident that this new bill relieves the hindrances that permanent outdoor dining may create for residents, to include parking, handicap accessibility, and general aesthetics. I know many residents who still prefer to eat outside, regardless of the weather. I've seen these people sitting outside, eating under overhangs in torrential downpours. We haven't seen our local businesses abuse the privilege by extending beyond where permitted or skirting safety protocols throughout SOSNA, which is why we in the SOSNA area are excited to see local restaurants able to accommodate more people. Among my neighbors, friends, and committee members, I've yet to hear a complaint about parking or walking space. I think our community is just glad to have our restaurants survive this period and have been enjoying the fresh air options it has created. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maynard, can you please call our next witness for this panel? You're on mute.
Next witness we'll hear from is Rob Wasserman. Rob, are you there?
Can you hear me now, council people? Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. My apologies. Having technical difficulties. Council members, thank you so much for your time and effort with this. Obviously, these last 2 years.
Sorry, you have to state your name for the record before you start your testimony.
Robert Wasserman.
You may proceed.
Again, thank you for your time today. Obviously, these last 2 years have been very difficult for the city and for the restaurant industry. We certainly have seen the help of the city by pivoting and allowing us to increase our size and our abilities by having these streeteries. Obviously, it's really important that we do it in a way that allows the city to keep our citizens safe and at the same time increase sales and tax revenues for the city during a time where we're seeing retail very soft. Our customers have been very appreciative with our efforts of what we've been trying to accomplish right now. And it's going to be a very long time in the future where we're going to not have people still comfortable sitting inside. This is a great way, as long as it's done in a secure way. There has to be regulations, as we're all aware, that we can still help increase revenues to the city. And I feel that if done correctly, as Inga Safran has also said in her architectural commentary, that we can have design and increase the value of what Center City and Philadelphia looks like by having these Streeteries out there and then open to the public. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Mr. Maynard, can you please call the next witness for this panel?
The next witness for this panel is Mike Harris and then John Lovitz.
Mr. Harris.
Mike, John.
Mr. Harris, please state your name for the record. You may begin.
My name is Michael Harris. You can hear me?
We can't hear you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Thomas. Good morning, members of City Council. I'm Mike Harris, the Executive Director of the South Street Head House Business Improvement District, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Bills 2110-776 and 210-777 for the continuation of outdoor dining in Philadelphia. In the South Street Business District, 30 businesses, or over 50% of the restaurants and bars in this commercial corridor, open streeteries, are engaged in outdoor dining during the past 18 months. I can assure you that for many of these restaurants to have the ability to conduct this outdoor dining was critical for bringing their workforces back, as Owen mentioned, and their continuation as tax-paying businesses in the city. As a bid, the outdoor dining and streetery program was also profoundly beneficial to public safety by adding vibrancy, life, community activity to the street, as well as to keep businesses viable and not create more storefront vacancies. I want to acknowledge and thank the City Council for allowing this program to operate during the pandemic. And I also want to acknowledge and thank Mike Carroll, who was on earlier, the Streets Department, the Commerce Department, and other city departments for being responsive, creative, and overall committed to making this popular program work. We support the continuation of the streetery and sidewalk program throughout the city. With the increased guidelines, application process, regulation, standardization, and enforcement proposed in these bills, we think that the program operators and the public will benefit with increased regulations and communications to applicants regarding design guidelines, structure placement, and compliance and enforcement. We also recognize and support a reasonable and balanced public input and comment period as part of the permit issuance process. I want to point out that, as you may know, the San Francisco Shared Spaces program was recently transitioned from a temporary emergency response to a permanent program which balances economic development, public space management, transportation, and commercial activity through a streamlined permit and approval process. By extending that program, that city also expects greater and better investment from operators. We believe that an extension in Philadelphia will also produce improved investments and operations in our commercial corridors. Thank you all again for your support of this important program and for allowing my testimony.
Mr. Harris, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Maynard, can you please call the next witness for this panel?
Is John Lovitz available? We do not appear to have Mr. Love. I'm going to call several of the names that were not available prior, and we're going to see if any of them are available. Saba Tedla, Winnie Clowry, Chloe from Good King Tavern, Kate Jacoby, Sam Mink, Alex Carbon, no, and Sean from the 700 Club. Are any of these folks in the meeting at the moment? Hearing none.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Maynard. We appreciate you giving them the opportunity. Before we move on, I do want to take a moment to see if there are any questions or comments from members of this committee or council members present for this particular panel. Hearing none, I want to say thank you to this panel and these experts for your for your testimony today. We appreciate you being here, witnesses, and we appreciate all you're doing to help the city of Philadelphia. We do have one more person who's trying to log on. We will try to give them a few minutes, but what we also have to do is we also have to hear our public comment. So If we can take a couple minutes to have a brief recess so we can connect with some of the people who are available for public comment. Tech team, is that okay? Can we take a brief recess and connect some of the folks who want to comment on the bills we're voting on today?
Sure, Mr. Chair. We just need a few minutes to get the public participants in.
Okay, so members of council, if you could just please be patient. We're going to take a brief break right now to be able to connect those who have signed up for public comment. And once we are ready, we will resume this particular meeting. our streets hearing. I want to take a moment to allow one of our panelists who was having some technical difficulties to be able to communicate their testimony. Once this panelist finishes their testimony, we will then move to public comment. Mr. Maynard, can you please call our final panelist for our legislation today?
Of course, Mr. Chair. The final panelist to be heard from is John Lovitz, from the National LGBT Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Lovitz.
Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Lovitz, LOVITZ, Senior Vice President and Special Advisor on Policy for the National LGBT Chamber. Many of you know our local affiliate here, the Independence Business Alliance, which is specifically why I wanted to make comments in support of Streeteries and these bills, and to thank Councilmember Dom and others that are supporting this, because LGBTQ businesses are part of the diverse fabric of Philadelphia, just as are African American, Hispanic, women-owned, etc. So many of them themselves are business owners in the restaurant space, but are also suppliers. And as we know, we've got a major crunch coming up on the supply chain, and ensuring that folks can buy local is part of the key economic recovery that we know that these Streeteries bills will help support. I want to make sure everyone is aware that this is a forefront issue for the coalition of diverse chambers that now exists in Philadelphia. The local Hispanic, LGBT, Asian, and Black chambers have come together as a diverse chamber coalition in support of these economic ends, and particularly around Streeteries. There are many minority employees throughout the city whose first job is in a bar, restaurant, or other type of industry that would have and benefit from this kind of outdoor seating and establishment. And so it's so important that as we're focusing on economic equity in this recovery, that we're keeping that special lens on how minority communities, particularly other business owners and employees, are affected by this. Secondly, I want to mention those who have been in strong support and also have been direct beneficiaries of programs like this. For example, the Tavern Group, which is central to LGBT life in the center of the neighborhood, U-Bar Tavern, etc. Were not only able to stay open, they also were able to employ over 70 staff members, many of whom this was their sole opportunity for income. It also allowed for safety and solidarity in the community, which is already facing a limited number of spaces and places where we can convene safely and in ways that allow us to keep putting money back into our own communities. And this is true and replicable across all diverse communities across Philadelphia. And I think it dovetails perfectly with the information from PRLA and other advocates for this important outdoor dining bill, since we know diverse spending in the city is such a key part of everyone's economic stability, that it was upwards of 20% of all revenue from the restaurants affected by this came from outdoor dining, drinking, shopping, etc. So it's so important that we keep this open and that we make it equitable, accessible, certainly safe and enforceable through L&I. So I also just want to share in one other constituency that has a keen eye on this, and I haven't heard raised a ton, is Avenue of the Arts and the arts institutions. As was mentioned recently in an article for Metro Philadelphia, every time a curtain rises, so does Philly's economy, and that's certainly true with these outdoor dining establishments. You don't just go see a show at the Kimmel Center. You go to a restaurant, you go to a bar, you tip dozens of people along the way, so the $50 you spend on your ticket influences 50 people or more with every dollar you spend. So it's so important to think about the larger picture here. And when the arts in Philadelphia, for example, so many of those venues where one has dinner or drinks before or after contribute more than $4 billion in economic growth to the city and 55,000 jobs, they are directly correlated to the success of the outdoor dining bill. So I want to raise the voice and support of diverse communities, the arts communities, and all of us in the neighborhood behind how important it is that we keep this going and growing in the next year. Thank you all.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it, and thank you for your patience as well, too. We appreciate it. We're now going to move into the public. We're now going to move into the public comment component of today's hearing. Mr. Maynard, if you could please call the name of the first witness to testify. Once your name is called, please make sure before you begin your testimony, you state your name for the record, and please note that each witness, because we have a number of witnesses who signed up, each witness has to limit their testimony today to 2 minutes so we can put ourselves in a position where we can have enough time to be able to vote on this important legislation. Mr. Maynard, can you please call the first witness for testimony today?
Of course, Mr. Chair. The first public comment we'll hear from is Gregory Damas, followed by Robert Scott. If Mr. Damas and Mr. Scott are ready, if you'll proceed in that order.
Hi there, my name is Gregory Damas. I'm a longtime resident of Philadelphia. I live in Queen Village, and I'm also a property owner. I own 2 buildings with restaurants in them, and I am not against the use of sidewalks or streets for business use. However, I am against the amendments to Chapter 9200, which is sidewalks and cafes, commercial activities on streets. There's a lot of problems that have arisen for me personally, which is what has brought me out of the woodwork to wait this long to get testimony. Living in Queen Village, I live in a residential block with 19 historic homes. A property next door to me, which is RC5 residential, was granted restaurant use through a variance, and now they have outdoor sidewalk seating. This restaurant does not meet any of the minimum requirements laid out by the February COVID-19 guidelines set out by the city of Philadelphia. The sidewalks do not meet the 10-foot requirements. Their tables are not allowing 6 feet from the table to the curb. Their tables are not anywhere near 6 feet from the front door. There is no handicap accessibility whatsoever. And I can go on and on and on with the list of problems that are here. This happens to be a very popular restaurant, considered by Craig LeBond from the Inquirer as one of the top 10 in the city. So what is happening now is, because the sidewalks are jammed with tables and chairs, with nowhere to walk past them, the streets and the front of my home and the homes of the neighbors are being crowded. So this is not a commercial district. It's not South Street. It's not Frankfurt Avenue, not Girard Avenue, or any of the places in the business districts we're talking about. This is a residential area. Dense residential communities should not be treated the same way as these commercial districts. This is a city feature, having sidewalks and outdoor seating, but it should not become a deterrent. It needs to bring value to the city. It should not be a nuisance to the people that live there. And Alan Dom will appreciate this, according to the Lindsay Institute, Drexel University, Philadelphia has a negative 35,000 household migration during the pandemic. And they're determining that people are moving there because they're looking for less density. They're not looking for higher density, they're looking for less density. This is something that's not being considered. So I think we need to be very, very careful what we do. I have some solutions. One, there should be transparency. All applications for these things should be on .gov. The application for the restaurant next to my home is nowhere to be found, even though it must be riddled with problems. Neighborhood associations should get copies. I'm not looking for them to approve them, as some people said they don't want to do, and I agree with that. I've been on 5, and I'm currently on 1 RCO. So I don't think that's the case. But they should have some input if there's an objection. And the restaurant and bar should be posting their licenses with a copy of their insurance, which is required by the new bills. It should be posted just like the occupancy is posted within the restaurant. None of this is included in the bill.
I'm sorry.
Al and I should be inspecting all of these sites prior to approval. It's not happening, or this would not happen next to my home. The fines should be increased. If there's multiple fines, they should remove it. And
I'm sorry, excuse me, sir. We need you to wrap up your testimony in the next 30 seconds or so.
I don't think all restaurants should be treated the same, and they shouldn't be charged the same $200 fee. A property in Rittenhouse Square is different than a property in Germantown. I think the fee should be tied to the real estate taxes, just like the business improvement districts. That would be fair and equitable based on the size of the sidewalk and the size of the property, the value of the property, and the neighborhood itself. Thank you, everybody, for listening. I appreciate it.
And I apologize for rushing you. Just so the public understands what's going on, we have to be done this hearing by 12:30 today because we have another hearing that's taking place immediately after this. So I'm trying to make sure that we can hear from everyone as it relates to public comment, as well as give my colleagues time to debrief before we actually vote on this legislation. So was there anything else that you feel like you missed that we need to hear?
For listening, I appreciate it.
Okay, sorry about that. I do apologize. Mr. Maynard, can you please call the next witness that wanted to testify on this legislation?
The next witness to testify is Robert Scott. Mr. Scott, if you're available.
Please state your name for the record.
Yes, I am.
Give us your testimony.
Yes, my name is Robert Scott. I'm the president of the board of the 10 Rittenhouse Condominium Association. Our association consists of 145 property owners who live on South 18th Street between Walnut and Sansom Streets. I want to thank council members for allowing me to speak today about the impact of streeteries in our neighborhood. I'm very supportive of streeteries that are well placed, well designed, and well regulated. However, I want to share with you certain health and safety conditions and concerns that we're experiencing on South 18th Street. I have not heard mention of these impacts in the testimony given so far this morning, so I appreciate the opportunity to present these perspectives. So South 18th Street between Walnut and Sansom Street is a very heavily trafficked block on which there are currently 4 streeteries. There's 2 on the west side and 2 on the east side. These 4 streeteries take up much of the roadway of South 18th Street, and what remains for vehicles is only 11 feet. It's a very tight single lane of traffic in what had been 2 lanes. If you were to read the street signs on the west side of our block, you'd see that it says that vehicle parking and vehicle stopping are prohibited. These prohibitions were put in place so that this block of South 18th Street would have 2 full travel lanes, which is what 18th Street needs to support the flow and circulation of traffic in this area. I really don't understand how during the pandemic, streeteries were allowed to be built in a roadway where car parking and car standing was strictly prohibited. It shouldn't have been allowed. When a busy street is narrowed like we see on South 18th Street, it not only leads to traffic congestion, but it has public safety consequences as well. For example, if there were a fire in one of the high or medium-rise buildings on this block, the 11 feet of road clearance that exists between the streeteries would make firefighting very difficult. Fire trucks themselves are between 8 and 10 feet, so there's really very little left for fire trucks to be able to operate between these streeteries. I would say with respect to the 11-foot roadway, snow removal would be almost probably impossible on this block and on the next block between Sansom and Chestnut. 11 feet is not wide enough space for a city snowplow to go down. So in a serious snowfall, these blocks would be impassable, which, as you can imagine, could have serious consequences for somebody who's in a medical emergency. With the streeteries occupying so much of the road, there's also a lack of visibility that pedestrians have with oncoming traffic. On South 18th Street, I might be able to walk off the curb into the street and stick my neck out from behind the streetery to see if a vehicle's approaching, but a person in a wheelchair cannot do this. The streeteries have created a very unsafe condition for wheelchair-bound people to cross at the intersection of 18th and Sansom, and I think this is a hazard that needs immediate attention. Our streeteries on this block also present health concerns. In most cases, as you know, streeteries are built on wooden platforms directly on the street pavement. The space under the streetery is a hiding area and breeding ground for rodents. The streetery platforms
Scott, so you're aware you're over time.
Okay, I'll just say that we're having problems with rodents in this area, and it's just something that needs to be addressed as we regulate how these streeteries will be will be allowed to continue in the future. Overall, we're supportive of Streeteries. I would say that the comments that were made by Michael Carroll stating that Streeteries would not be allowed in any form in a travel lane is something that we hope will be adopted in any legislation. And I know that Alan Dahm in the bill that he's proposed has said that Streeteries shall not be located in a travel lane. We strongly support that. I appreciate the opportunity that council members have given me today to provide these comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your input. We appreciate it. And I do want to apologize to you like I did the last witness. We are just really on a time crunch and we want to try to hear from everybody. So we do apologize, but we do thank you for your perspective. It's very much appreciated today.
Thank you.
Mr. Maynard, can you please call our next witness to testify?
Of course. The next witness to testify is Lawrence Heibloom. Mr. Heibloom, please begin your testimony and be aware that I am setting a timer at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Lawrence Heibloom, and I'm one of the owners of River Twice, a family-owned restaurant located on East Passyunk Avenue in South Philadelphia. The City of Philadelphia, and specifically this committee, are to be commended for the emergency actions taken last year related to outdoor dining in Philadelphia in response to the COVID pandemic. Those actions directly saved the independent restaurant industry and thousands of jobs in the city. We now have an opportunity to maximize the potential of probably the only good thing to arise out of the COVID pandemic, outdoor dining. Prior to the pandemic, Philadelphia was recognized as one of the top dining destinations in the nation. Philadelphia can embrace and facilitate year-round outdoor dining and can become a world-class dining destination, rivaling such great cities as Venice, Paris, London, and other locales where consumers prefer the vibrancy of outdoor dining. We need beautiful, safe, well-planned outdoor dining spaces and structures in order to accomplish this objective. We also need a simple and straightforward standardized licensing application and approval process. Due to continued consumer hesitancy towards indoor dining, outdoor streeteries are essential to meeting consumer expectations. This is why this is about restaurants in a large part. It's the only business right now where people just have a hesitancy to doing something indoors that due to the COVID pandemic, which may not be the last one we encounter. Streeteries are critical to the survival of restaurants. Streeteries provide the following benefits to Philadelphia: retention of jobs, creation of new jobs by expanding services of existing restaurants beyond their indoor premise limitations, and increase in revenue and jobs from tourism driven by the vibrancy created by outdoor dining and the strolling pedestrian traffic. Another benefit is the increase in the city's sustainability by reducing vehicular traffic. We support Bills 210776 and 210777. The bills seek to standardize and the oversight of streeteries and sidewalk cafes. Standardization and oversight will provide a level playing field throughout the city. A level playing field encourages equity and inclusion of all types of restaurant entrepreneurs. Standardization and longevity of permitted use will improve the potential for earning a financial return on a streetery investment, which in turn will encourage more streetery investments. L&I and Streets Department infrastructure can provide a simple and straightforward application approval process, which will lead to more money for restaurants and the city. I'm sorry, standard sir. Process.
Sir,
I'm going to wrap up. Last sentence. Okay. Longevity of permitted use in case we encounter another pandemic in the future, so we don't have to go through this multi-year process again. Thank you for permitting me to share my thoughts with the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. And again, we apologize. We'd like to hear everybody, but we're on a time crunch right now, and this hearing has to end by a certain time. So we really want to try to vote on this today. That's what we are aiming for. Mr. Maynard, can you please call the next witness?
The next witness is Michelle, followed by Claudia.
Michelle, if you could please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
Hello, my name is Michelle McCandless. I'm from Philadelphia. I'm a disabled person. I rolled down the street with a friend of mine who is blind, Frank Bolton, which also spoke. We had difficulty going into the one lane. Fran had to stand directly behind me, and I had to find a narrow place where I had to hit chairs. And we did an article that was in the Daily News just recently. When I go to curb cuts, when they do the loading for the restaurants, the ramps are blocked. I can't hop off of a curb. When I'm waiting on a bus, I stick my neck out. I can't. We were downtown, and the pavements are being blocked by the tables. And I sat at a table the other day, and I got hit by another wheelchair that was trying to get through. The eateries on the street are not even accessible. So I know in the wintertime, they can't have the tables outside. We don't even have access to it. But my main concern is the safety issue. When paratransit picks me up at dialysis, there's no parking because people are trying to rush to park wherever there's parking. I mean, there's so much more that's happening with us. I got hit in 2004. I'm trying not to get hit again. I know that the city needs eateries, but I need my life. And people don't understand. I have a problem with this. I am very scared when I'm out in the community. I'm very frustrated when I go out and I'm walking with a friend. Most likely they have to stand behind me or in front of me. And that's a safety issue for them. So I don't know what's going on with this. I know in the wintertime they're not going to have the tables outside. So they're going to sit on the street where the wood or metal thing is. And if I wanted to go out with a friend who invited me out just the other day, the restaurant that she tried to had to eat it. I couldn't get to it. So much more going on. But my main part is like I said, it's safety. They are blocking curb cuts. They are blocking parking. You can't see the bus. And the roads are very tight. So I don't know what to do. I don't want to get hit again. I got hit, and I don't want to do that. And that's only me, but what about all my family? I'm part of a group called Disabled in Action, and we are trying to stay in the community. But this is making it even harder. We need our independence too, so we can roll around outside. If these eateries continue, we are going to have a hard time. Recently, this year, 2 of my friends in a wheelchair tried to sit at the table, and they couldn't sit because they were blocking the pathway. Like I said, there's so much going on. If they want to see part of what we said in the Daily News, it was today. I don't know what else to say. I want to keep my life. I don't want to lose it. I want to keep my independence. I don't want that either. So I see the reason I'm trying to make money, but I'm trying to live. And I don't know what else to do. If somebody wants to go to with, they can experience what I've experienced. It's fine with me. You'll see the difficulty that I have.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. We appreciate it. Thank you, and sorry for all you're going through, but thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your perspective. It's very important today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Maynard, can you please call the next witness?
The next witness is Claudia Sherrod.
Please state your name for the record, and you can begin with your testimony.
My name is Claudia Smith Sherrod. I'm the president of the Point Views Network Plus, and I'm an RCO. And I'd like to first thank Councilman Johnson for his quick response and all the council people who allowed me to be on. My complaint, along with all the complaints before, I'd like to amend their complaint with mine. On March, as well as in October 21st, the community restaurant at the corner of 21st and Federal, which is 1200 South 21st Street, they've taken up our parking on the street, 4 cars. They have parties with profanity and half-dressed dancers. They are throwing money from the customers to the dancers. The dancers are picking up the money. It's not appropriate for our children, our seniors, or people as a whole to settle with this kind of nonsense. Between 8 and 9 o'clock at night, people are not asleep, but they won't come out their houses because of the rhetoric that's going on. We're asking you to not only revoke their permit to be outside, let them carry on the inside if they want to do. We're not against that, but we are against preserving our community. I've been on this block 62 years, and I have never, ever seen the carry-ons that took place these last 2 incidents. These incidents may occur other places, and people may not be saying anything, but it's unsafe. When we come up 21st Street and you make that right-hand turn, it's squeezing everyone in because they all out in the street. Please, please, make it go away. Don't talk about permanent eateries on the outside unless it's in Center City where nobody is going to be offended or hurt, but not in neighborhoods where children are being raised and are being offended because their parents don't want them to undergo this kind of behavior. And basically, that's all I have to say. You need to just clean up. Before you go and approve something, go and look at what's going on in the communities. And I like what the other fellow said earlier. I don't know what his name is. Check with the RCOs and the community leaders. Get their opinion on what is good or what isn't good, because they see it and you don't see it. You're making decisions, but you don't know what's really going on in the communities, at least in the residential communities. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And I do have 2 videos if you like to have them.
Thank you for your testimony, and please feel free to share the videos with any member of council so they can be circulated to the rest of the committee. Thank you.
I will.
Mr. Maynard, if you could please call our next witness.
The next witness is Luke Bowen, and then we have Tanya Seaman, and that will conclude public comment today.
Hi, everybody. My name is Luke Bowen. I'm the owner of the Evil Genius Brewing Company. We're a craft brewery in Fishtown, also a Philadelphia resident. I live in the neighborhood, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I think I just kind of want to start just sort of talking about safety. Safety is so important, and I think that safety from a pedestrian standpoint, from a health and safety standpoint, is so critical during this time period, and I certainly don't want to discount it. I'm not going to discount any of the testimony that was presented earlier where pedestrians had legitimate concerns about how streeteries operate. And I think that, you know, city council as well as licensing L&I and the other enforcement bodies I trust to come up with a really smart solution to address those concerns so everybody has equal access to the street and everybody feels safe traveling down the streets of Philadelphia. The thing I definitely want to point out is I'm just very worried and I'm very concerned about the vibrancy of our city, the vibrancy of our economy, and actually, the ability for people who have made investments in the city and the workers who live and work in the city of Philadelphia actually to make a living. You can go on and on about COVID and the impacts of it. I'm a COVID believer. I'm 100% vaccinated. 100% of my team are vaccinated. We believe COVID is real and we believe that it's a concern. However, what's happened throughout this time period is that people have been really harmed, not only by the effects of COVID-19, but by the secondary and tertiary effects of COVID-19, such as the shutdowns of restaurants and hospitality establishments. And we're kind of here at this point where we have a real opportunity to, do something really good, and that's provide a conduit through which people who are concerned about dining indoors are able to sit outside and hopefully have some of those concerns alleviated, as well as provide businesses with an opportunity to sustain themselves. So I really hope the City Council will support and pass these bills.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Mr. Maynard, can you please call our final witness for public comment?
Our final witness is Tanya Seaman.
Hi, my name is Tanya Seaman, and I co-chair the Vision Zero Committee for the South of South Neighborhood Association, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Fifth Square. The Vision Zero Committee and over 500 members of Fifth Square, who have sent numerous letters to their city council members, strongly support Streeteries in our city. They've helped our restaurants survive the pandemic, and they enliven the street space and act as destinations at a time when our local businesses are competing with the suburbs. In many cases, they offer more seating than the inside of a restaurant, offering more potential employment than before. In addition, for these Streeteries that are covered, they provide outdoor seating for much longer than just on warm, dry days. Now one can sit outside on colder and hotter days, and even rainy days, which is very good for business, and safer for those not ready to eat inside just yet. They make our city more about people and ensure that there's a lot more outdoor activity than before, which includes providing eyes on the street that make the city a safer place to be. As Streeteries use the maximum width of a traditional parking space, they calm the traffic, slowing down cars and ensuring safer streets. They use by far more people than individual cars, and from multiple studies, we know that it's people on foot and on bike who spend the most money in our local businesses, not those who arrive or drive through by car. The new approval process for outdoor seating has made it much easier to implement Streeteries than previously for sidewalk seating, and doesn't require political savvy and experience to be able to do so, making the process more equitable. The two bills now before City Council legalize Streeteries and ensure that structures are built to code, are ADA accessible, and meet neighborhood approval. The bills ensure right-of-way compliance through increased code enforcement, and among other things, they make sure that Streeteries don't block sight lines at intersections. Now is the crucial time to make Streeteries permanent, with appropriate regulation to help make our city a better place to live, work, and play. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Maynard, is that our last person?
That does conclude public comment at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee as it relates to anything that was discussed during today's hearing?
Mr. Chair, I just want you to clarify what bills we will be voting on at the appropriate time.
Yes, I will do. We're going to take a brief recess, and then we will go into our public meeting. There being none, no other questions outside of Councilmember Johnson, we will I will ask. I'm sorry. I want to thank all the members of the panel and witnesses for their participation today. We value your opinions. I now invite all panels of witnesses to please disconnect from the meeting before we go into our public meeting. And we will now pause the proceedings briefly as multiple participants leave the hearing. This officially concludes the public hearing of the committee, and we will take a brief recess. And after that brief recess, we will go into the public meeting to consider the actions to be taken on the bills before this committee today. So we'll again thank you to everyone. We're going to take a brief recess, and we will resume with our public meeting and hopefully be able to go from there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Good afternoon. This is November 8th, and we are now ready to start our public meeting. I'm going to start by asking the clerk to please call the roll to take attendance. Members that are in attendance, will you please indicate that you are present when your name is called? Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak. Mr. Clerk.
To be clear for the viewing audience, today is November 9th. It is 2:04 p.m.
I apologize. Yep, today is definitely November 9th. I apologize.
It's quite all right. Vice Chair Squilla.
Good afternoon, Chair and colleagues present.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Bass.
Good afternoon. I am present.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member O.
Good afternoon, Chair and colleagues. I'm present.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Brooks.
Good afternoon. I'm present.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Johnson.
Present.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Gilmore Richardson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I'm present.
Thank you, Council Member. And finally, Chair Thomas. You may be frozen. Just a moment, folks, while Councilmember Thomas signs back into the meeting.
Can you hear me, Mr. Clerk?
Now we can, yes.
I apologize. And I'm going to stay off camera just so that I don't create another issue. Were you able to take the attendance?
You are present, and the rest of the members of the committee are as well. We are fully attended.
All right. Just give me 1 second, Mr. Clerk.
Of course.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. A quorum of the committee is now present. We will start by the chair recognizes Councilmember Squilla for a single motion to approve the amendments to the bills that are being considered today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer an amendment to Bill number 210776 and 210798. A copy of the amendments have been circulated to all members. I move the adoption of the amendment.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair again recognizes Councilmember Squilla for motion on the bills that are being considered today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move a motion to Bill number 210776 and 210798 as amended, with a rule suspension and favorable recommendation at the next session of council.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Let me do that again. It's been moved and properly second that the bills that Councilmember Squilla just read be approved. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it, and that has been passed. The chair again recognizes Councilmember Squilla, if I got that right. Councilmember Squilla?
No, I think that completes. Is
that it?
Oh, there's two bills on hold.
Councilmember Squilla, can you tell the committee what bills are on hold? That should be on the script.
Yep, the bills number 210777 and 210779 are being held at the request of the respective council members.
And just to be clear for the viewing audience, that's 210777 and 210799.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This concludes the business before the Committee on Streets and Services today. I want to thank you all very much for your attendance and thank you for your patience. I appreciate you very much. And sorry for the internet issues and confusion. Thank you, colleagues.
You're welcome.
Have a good
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, everybody.